Might as well stay standing. You know.
Okay, call to order. Roll call, sorry.
Councilmember Murphy. Here. Councilmember Wilson.
Here.
Councilmember Black.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Derringer.
Here.
Mayor Piper.
Okay, stand for the pledge of allegiance. Jim, since you're standing already. Thank you. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, later when we finish the meeting, we're going to close in honor of city council, will adjourn, and a former mayor / city council member, Gordana Swanson, who passed away Thursday evening. Her professional career was dedicated to public service. Locally, she served on the Rolling Hills as the mayor and the council member for 18 years between 1976 and 1993. She dedicated 12 years to public transportation, serving on the Southern California Rapid Transit District Board as president, where she led and secured local and state federal funding with the groundbreaking initiative of construction of the subway in Los Angeles. She ran for LA County 4th District Supervisor seat in both 92 and 96. On a state level, she was appointed by the Governor of California to the Fair Political Practice Commission. She co-founded the Los Angeles Challenge in 2002 based on the belief that the path to success and economic independence is steering by quality education. The organization provides funding for deserving 12 through K students who are economically disadvantaged, as well as providing mentoring and support to assure their academic success. So we're going to close later in her honor. All right.
Great lady.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we need to approve the order of the agenda. So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We have no blue folder. Is there any public comment on things that are not on the agenda? We're going to close the, oh, you do, come on up.
Okay.
Just sit up front and give your,
First time here, so
just give your name and your
Yeah,
address,
okay.
and just talk into that microphone, and you're
Okay.
good to go.
shall I stand here?
No,
Or
sit down.
Okay, casual, okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Robert Tun. I'm a resident of Rolling Hills, and I live at 2 Road Runner Road. So I understand that the agenda on, if I'm correct, the Mother garbage truck site was removed and rescheduled. Correct?
It's not on this evening's agenda.
Yeah, it's not on the agenda,
Okay,
though.
yeah, right. So originally I received a notice that it was, but it was removed. So I'm here today just to make a couple of points, if you allow me.
Okay.
First of all, I have observed firsthand this Mother truck site, garbage site. And it's right next to my house. So what I noticed is that Republic Services, who operates this Mother truck site, it operates as a garbage waste transfer station. So what I noticed is that the amount of the nuisance of the noise and odor, disturbances and pollution from this activity, this waste transfer station, exceeds community norms. So it really causes serious harm and injury to our residents in that area. That's one point. For a second point, I just want to make sure, when will this matter be put on agenda for certainty? Is it for next meeting? or the following meeting. And that's the only two question points I'd like to make.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Is that okay? So, can I ask, is the truck always by your house? Like, how many days a week is it by your house?
As far as I know, it is once per week on Monday.
And then how long is that going on for,
It's
weeks or months?
operates from about 7:30 in the morning, probably.
7:15.
7:15? Okay, she knows more than I do. Okay, every day.
And then how many weeks or months has it been doing?
Okay,
Is it
good
all
point,
the
good point,
time? Or-
yes. It was never there before.
I wanna ask- I
Yeah,
just wanna-
it happened, happened right after the Portuguese band Saddleback closure.
Okay, all right.
At that point, we noticed this waste transfer station, I call it, because it more acts like, operates like one, at that location. So it was right at the corner of Saddleback. They moved the Saddleback and Roadrunner, and it started moving closer to our residence, our house, at 2 Roadrunner. So that is the situation, yeah.
Thank you. That's all I
Yeah.
want to know.
So, when we're going to discuss that in closed session, because your lawyers have sent us a nice letter. So that's why it
Sure,
has to be
yes, yes,
discussed,
yeah.
not here.
Yes, exactly.
Okay,
That's why.
but we understand your questions, and we understand why you're here, and I think it's pretty straightforward.
I just want to know when.
Okay, all right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you
Thanks so
very
much.
Can we direct staff that when it is, at some point, if and when it comes on public agenda, that we notify them in advance so
Yeah,
that as soon as it's
and we've been
scheduled?
doing that.
Okay, I
As
appreciate
soon as it comes up, when I work over the traffic commission, staff reached out. When it came before the council, staff reached out. So staff has been communicating,
Okay.
informing them when it's been done before the.
Okay, thanks so much.
Okay,
Thank
so,
you.
all right, thank you very much. Any other items not on the agenda? Okay, then closing the public comment, consent calendar?
I make a motion to move the consent calendar.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, now we're going to go to commission items. Zoning case number 24-154, site plan review for non-exempt grading and walls exceeding a height of 3 feet and 2.5 feet average, up to a maximum of 5 feet, and conditional use permit to exceed 200 square feet for an accessory structure. Stephanie?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Okay. Hope you guys can hear me.
Yep.
Hello. Hello. Anyways, I'm here to present, it's zoning case number 24-015. It's for property located at 16 Caballeros Road. It's for a conditional use permit and for a site plan review. The project location, as you can see, it's located on the southern half of the city. We'll start right here. It is zoned RAS 1. So I wanted to give you a project overview of what was presented to the Planning Commission and approved. So the administrative review, this is just an overview of the entire project entirety. There's a 480 square foot swimming pool. It doesn't require, it's administratively approved because it's less than 800 square feet. Pool equipment is 16 square feet. The outdoor kitchen, which is a detached structure, it's less than 800 square feet, or less than 200 square feet. There's also a 155 stairway. So all of these projects on the left, the retaining walls are less than 3 feet. The planters are less than 3 feet in height, and the pool deck is less than 12 inches. And then there's grading for the pool, the excavation, which is 93 cubic yards, which is also exempt. So what was approved by the Planning Commission, which was brought over, was the non-exempt grading. And non-exempt grading is grading that exceeds 50 cubic yards. And in this case here, the site plan review was for 54 cubic yards of cut and 54 cubic yards of fill for a total of 108 cubic yards, which is non-exempt. Also, there was a site plan review for some walls. The walls for the entirety of the project are mainly 3 feet in height, but there was a small corner of the deck that was actually 3 feet 6 inches. So that's why, you know, just for the 6 inches, it did require site plan review. Also, there's a stairway, which I'll show you when we look at the site plan review. The stairways, which has a maximum cut of 5 feet. So that also required the site plan review. So these 3 items here are part of the site plan review. Also, there's a conditional use permit for the accessory structure, which is for the pergola. That is 636 square feet. We received an application for the discretionary review for the site plan review on December 2nd. And then also for the conditional use permit for the pergola. Here is a proximity map. I don't know if it's kind of hard for you guys to see. This is the adjacent neighbor here at 14 Caballeros. It's the closest neighbor. This distance from the from the pergola to the residence here is 70 feet and 10 inches. So it's well away from the adjacent neighbor. A little bit of background, just an overview of the actual site. Like I said, it was RES 1. The net lot area is 1.44, 63,000 square feet. Building pad. The building pad for building pad 1, which is the residential building pad, it is developed, fully developed. The reason why it is 8,000, it's smaller because the part of it encroaches into the front setback. Building pad 2, that is the pad for the proposed project. It's an existing undeveloped pad. It's a secondary pad, and it is 4,254 square feet. There's an existing 4,207 square foot single-family residence, which was built in 1956. That also has a 660 square foot garage and 170 square foot service yard. And on May 20th, the Planning Commission unanimously approved the project for the exempt grading and for the pergola, 4-1. There was one commissioner that was actually absent. I know it's hard to see. I tried to turn the lights down, but this here is supposed to be pink. This is the area that is going to be cut. So the deepest cut is no more than 3 feet. There's this descending stairs right here. The cut for the stairs is about 30 inches. The stairs extend from the top of the building pad 1 down to the pool area. This part is green. This is the fill area. It's 54 cubic yards. The pool area, which is 93 square feet, that's exempt. So that's going to be exported. So it's going to be balanced on site, 54 cubic yards of cut and then 54 cubic yards of fill that will be balanced on site. And maximum cut 5 feet. No the fill will not go any maximum of 3 feet, and the slopes do not exceed 2 to 1. It looks, so it's hard to tell. I'm sorry. We did get higher resolution plans, and when I reviewed them this afternoon, it did look like they were greener. But this here is the planter wall. It goes all, this is the planter wall here. These planter walls will not exceed 3 feet. It's this corner right here, that's the 3 feet 6 inches. That's because this 5 foot area of cut that descends down to the staircase. So you have the stairway, and then there's the bottom of the stairs. That's going to be a 5 foot maximum cut. This is where the proposed pergola is, and then the swimming pool. So this is the whole building pad area. And then here's so the walls are around the deck area here, and the deck is less than 12 inches, and here's a site plan. The red here is pergola. This is a setback line. And it's well out of all of the setbacks. It doesn't encroach into any of the setbacks. I know I mentioned earlier that this building pad here, this is the 50-yard setback. So this portion of the house encroaches into the front setback. That's why the building pad is smaller. But the secondary building pad is where all the development is proposed, and it doesn't have, it meets all of the development standards.
I see there was an existing shed. Didn't I, on my thing, show that there's an existing shed?
There's nothing on the property.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, here's an aerial. There's Caballeros, come down Caballeros here, it's to the left. So you can see this part here is steeply sloped. Purple Canyon Trail is right here. This is the proposed area where the development was. Here's an aerial photograph.
So there's an existing shed. Is that the neighbors?
Oh, is there a shed?
There's an existing shed. Is that the neighbors? It says, oh, so that's a distance to the neighbor's shed. Never mind. That's it.
The set-aside area is gonna go right here, so this is 1,000 square foot set-aside area. 450 for the future stable, and then 550 for the future corral area. This area is relatively flat, and there's an existing fence that will be removed, and there's a wall right here that will be removed. All these trees will all be removed for the recreational, for the cabana, for the pergola, and then for the swimming pool and the deck. So the secondary pad is just, it's relatively flat, it's undeveloped. And so I happened to be across the way and I look over and there's my project. So I decided to take a picture because it's just like the perfect picture. You can see the stairway right here. And if you look really closely, this is the outline of where the silhouette is. So you can, this kind of gives you a picture of how, you know, the impacts and how it really doesn't block any views, and the walls would be down here, 3 feet maximum height walls, and then this would be where the proposed pergola would be. And then I outlined it in red so you could see, kind of get it better, because it's kind of hard to see with the little silhouette and the flags. So this section right here is where the pergola would be. This is like kind of where the end of the fence is. This cross section kind of gives you a better view of how the stairs are. So this is the top building pad right here. This is the residential building pad. These new stairs, there's also this guardrail here that is part of it too. But these stairs follow the slope. And this is the section right here that would probably require the 8-foot cut. So you come down the stairs and then it leads you down to the secondary pad. Pergola, the max height is 10 feet 6 inches. 8.6 are the posts. There's 6 posts that supports it, and then this is the barbecue. But this is the pergola. Development table, and like I mentioned earlier, it does meet all of the development standards. Well below the maximum 20%. Structural coverage at 10.3%. Flat work, 15%. The 15% is max. They're at 11%. So total flat work plus structural, you can't exceed 35%, and they're at 20%. So it's well below the 35%. Disturbed area, it's basically an area that's already disturbed. That area is pretty much disturbed. It's already flat. It's undeveloped. The building pad. So when I mentioned earlier that why the building pad area is the guideline is, you know, it's 60%, and it's the 30% maximum. It's because the front residence encroaches into the front setback. So that is exempt when you do your building pad calculations. You can't calculate the the structures and the setback in the lot coverage and in the structures, structural coverage. Building pad 2, existing is 4,255 square feet. All the structures, the pergola, the pool, that's going to cover 1,054 square feet, which is 24.8, which is still below the 30% maximum. So this project, it falls within all of the guidelines of the development standards. There's also the proposed, the corral and set-aside area. For the May 20th Planning Commission meeting, project was properly noticed and it was published in the Daily Breeze, and all residents within a 1,000-foot radius were notified. They were all mailed out public notices. This project is categorically exempt, classification 15303, which new construction of single-family residence and accessory structures. So we did get one concern, and that was actually the neighbor over at 14 Caballeros. She did attend the actual field trip meeting. She actually did come in and review the plans. I spoke with her on the phone. So I reached out to her on June 18th and called her. I just wanted to follow up, make sure that, she didn't have any issues, or because her concerns were, if the pergola would impact her views. Even though it was like down the hill, down the slope, she was concerned. She spoke it over with her husband, and she didn't have any issues. So she came to the conclusion that the project won't have any issues on her views, and she's fine with the project now. So our recommendation is to receive and file, and if there are any questions, the architect is here to answer any questions, and I'm here to answer any questions as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions of Stephanie?
I do.
Oh.
Can you go back to, I think, the second screen, the project overview?
Third screen.
Third, sorry.
Okay, just so I understand, the grading, under 50 yards is exempt? Is
50
that-
cubic yards is exempt,
right,
yes.
Is that, so this is, it says 54 and 54, so that's not just over, that's.
That's well over. I mean, it's over by,
That's fine, I just wanted to make sure I understand,
Yeah.
it's not 51 or the other, it's the total.
it's a total.
And there was something about the deck
Being 12 inches.
thickness, yeah, on the
Yeah.
left column, it says 12 inches thick, does that mean 12 inches high?
12 inches, yes, in height. So
Didn't
the,
understand the-
yeah, sorry about that. So the deck here, I think you can probably see, it's probably clear on the side view one that I had. This one here. This is the deck. It's less than 12 inches.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's all I had.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to open public comment. Anyone have public comment? Seeing no public comment, does anyone want to make a motion?
I'd make a motion to receive and file.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we're now going to move on to old business, which is receive and file a presentation regarding Cal OES FEMA buyout program.
Mayor Piper, members of City Council, this evening the item will be presented to you by our management analyst, Samantha Crew, along with our guest this evening, which she'll introduce as well, Ms. Robin Penning from Cal OES. And as soon as we get our presentation up and loaded, we will go ahead and begin our presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Piper and City Council. This evening, we have already hot. This evening, we have Ms. Vineg, who is the Assistant Director to the Hazard Mitigation Branch with the state, who has come to Rolling Hills for the second visit to discuss the voluntary buyout program. Following the discussion, staff will be seeking council direction on whether to move forward with submitting the notice of interest for the current grant funding opportunity under DR 4856. As I said, the staff are requesting that the city council provided direction to staff or to have staff return to the city council with additional information. So at this stage, back in November of 2024, staff initiated engagement with Cal OES regarding the voluntary buyout program and other mitigation initiatives. And then in December of 2024, as you recall, Ms. Vinay came out to the city to do a tour and also speak with residents, and then provided a presentation to the council that evening regarding state mitigation programs. So the city council at that time directed staff to continue to coordinate with Cal OES and further explore hazard mitigation funding. As you know, Rancho Palos Verdes initiated a voluntary buyout program in November of 2024. They launched this due to their accelerated land movement in the area, and they were able to quickly mobilize on this funding because of years of data collection and geological research that they had. At the time, they had a very quick turnaround. I believe it was a couple weeks. They had 85 applicants submit their applications, and 23 were awarded. There was a $42 million funding allocation from the state. And then with that program, properties must be demolished and sites restored to the natural condition, and all lots will be permanently deed restricted for open space use. A part of that program is FEMA's funding. So after it goes through the state, the sub-application is submitted to FEMA, and they will provide 75% of the appraised home value. And then as a separate funding, they will provide 75% of eligible expenses. So those expenses include appraisal costs, title search, lot survey, if there is one needed, real estate transaction fees, closing cost, demolition, environmental, and site restoration. Some of these eligible expenses can be grouped together, such as real estate transaction fees and closing costs, title search. So the 25% would vary depending on how those are bundled together. The 25% is coming from the homeowner funding. So if a property is selling for $1 million, they'll receive a price reduction of 25%, which would leave them with $750,000 minus all of the eligible expenses. In learning about Rancho Palos Verdes, they were really gracious, offered a lot of information to the city. Based on our great relationship with the city, they really spent a lot of time with staff offering information. Staff were also aware that some of the residents in the Portuguese Bend area are going through the appraisal process, and they are allowed to have a second appraisal on their property. They are at the stage right now where they are appealing those appraisals. Those numbers are not coming in where they'd like them to be. And then with the additional cost with these eligible, FEMA eligible expenses, those numbers are looking a little bit higher than anticipated. So some of those homeowners are opting not to follow through with the program. The city of Rancho Palos Verdes, they are incurring some in-kind costs, which are non-cash contributions. This is for staff time, organizing town halls, and managing grant consultants. That is not the actual grant consultant costs, but it's managing that and overall project oversight. They anticipate spending approximately $85,000 and not the anticipated $330,000, which was reported in the staff report. This is new information that staff found out last week. Contrary to the RPV city website, homeowners now will no longer be responsible for covering any portion of these in-kind costs as they thought they would. So, eligibility and prioritization criteria. So FEMA does have some minimum eligibility criteria, which includes the property is not bank-owned, it has not changed ownership since December 1st of 2022. It contains legally permitted residential structures, and the applicant is the legal property owner according to the county assessor. So the city of Rancho Palos Verdes created their own list of eligibility criteria, and they listed them in this order. So red tag properties would come first, yellow tag properties second, and then the list goes on. And that was at the discretion of the city. Financial considerations for Rolling Hills. So some of the considerations that staff are asking you to think about this evening are loss of property tax and parcel maintenance, liability insurance, program administration, and grant management services. I know that Rancho Palos Verdes have hired consultants to work on the notice of interest and then the sub-application. And additional concerns that staff realized through Ms. Vineg, and she will follow up with more of this, but one recent change at the federal level is that the discount rate for the value of future benefits has reverted to the Standard Office of Management and Budget, the OMB, which is 7%. So this recent change effectively reduces the calculated value of future benefit in the benefit cost analysis. Long-term benefits like avoided damages from the future disasters are now valued less in today's dollars. And many projects, especially those with the high upfront cost, like property acquisitions, may no longer meet the cost-effective threshold. And like I said, I'm hoping to hear more about that from Ms. Finnig. So staff are recommending the City Council receive and file and provide direction to staff on whether to proceed with finalizing and submitting the notice of interest for the current DR 4856 funding cycle, and or instruct staff to return to the City Council with additional information for further consideration. I would also like to add that we have our Area G Disaster Management Coordinator, Brandy Villanueva, here for any questions, and I will hand it over to Ms. Finnig from Cal OES.
Sorry. Thank you, Samantha, Mayor and council members. Thanks again for allowing me to attend tonight to share some updates since we had last met on December 10th. Again, my name is Robin Fennig, and I'm the Assistant Director for Hazard Mitigation. I'm one of the 3 Recovery Directorate Assistant Directors. I've spent most of the last 6 months down in LA working on the fire recovery efforts, kind of on the other side of LA. And, I've had the opportunity to come down, talk not just with the staff, and have been coordinating with the city staff for the last several months, both on the notice of interest, but collecting more information for you all as you make a decision whether or not to move forward. I will say that the landscape of my programs have changed significantly since we have last spoken since in December. I will say that first I'll touch upon the change to the discount rate because it does actually have a very significant role in the eligibility of buyouts generally, not just in your city, but across the country. One of the biggest hurdles generally for projects in the hazard mitigation assistance programs, you have to do a full, complete cost benefit analysis with a FEMA toolkit. It's required for all projects. And, from the start of the hazard mitigation programs through last year, we had a 7% discount rate. And I think Sam did a pretty good job of explaining the idea is that it helps calculate the net present value. So what are the benefits? What are they valued at in today's dollars? For a project that had like an acquisition demolition where you have essentially permanent risk reduction, the benefits are accrued over, FEMA calculates them for 100 years. And that helps. The reason it's so long is because it helps reduce risk permanently. And FEMA, it is kind of the tried and true hazard mitigation grant type. I came from the state of Wisconsin, where I worked at Cal OES's sister agency for 12 years, and we almost exclusively did acquisition demolition projects, specifically in the floodplain, but we also did do landslide and land movement type buyouts as well. For the national portfolio of acquisition projects across the country, unless there's a house that is imminently falling over a cliff, it essentially needs to be red tagged in order to have an increased enough risk in the benefit cost analysis toolkit. That's typically, right? Like there's a lot of specifics for each project that weigh into that calculation. But I mean, that's been how it's been since 1992. And so in 2024, when OMB updated the discount rate, going from the 7% to a 3.1% discount rate, we saw a pretty big increase in the number of projects nationally that were eligible for hazard mitigation assistance grants, which was huge because communities really take the time. I mean, you guys are going through the process of updating your local hazard mitigation plan right now. Communities are, they're planning for what their risks are, assessing their risks, and coming up with what projects they'd like to apply for. So this made hundreds of projects that were previously ineligible now eligible. And honestly, it helps a lot of good mitigation projects meet that hurdle. And I haven't even talked about all the other eligibility requirements, but the benefit cost analysis is really the one that I will say kind of kills a lot of really good ideas. Just because of the way that, they have to draw the line in the sand somewhere for how to value benefits to a community. And then early in April, there was an announcement that OMB would be rolling back to that 7% discount rate, so thus devaluing future benefits. And so for a project like an acquisition project where the benefits accrue over a long period of time, that actually really hurts the benefit cost analysis process. And actually just last week, FEMA officially updated their toolkit, so we are full steam ahead back with the 7% discount rate. If you have any questions, if you guys want to get into the weeds more about benefit cost analysis, I think that's more in the weeds that I've gotten about benefit cost analysis at a public meeting, but happy to answer any questions. I'll also say that these changes exist in a FEMA that is largely changed since we've last spoken. The workforce has been significantly reduced, and grant dollars are being pulled back for programs to align with the administration's priorities. And although California did receive the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, or HMGP, it's a post-disaster grant fund that we can use statewide. It doesn't just have to go to disaster impact areas. That was the funding opportunity that Samantha mentioned. We were the last state in the country to receive an HMGP allocation associated with the Eaton and Palisades fires. So we're very grateful for that because we'll be able to do a lot of really good work across the state, including in the disaster impacted area, but across the state beyond that. But there are several states that have had their requests for HMGP not approved, and they're going through the appeal process. But I think that kind of communicates the landscape of how hazard mitigation is changing. It used to be a given that communities would just be given, or the states would be allocated this post-disaster mitigation funding because it does help communities do really meaningful work. I'll also mention that the non-disaster grant funding through the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities, or BRIC program, has been massively decreased. FEMA announced on April 8th and then confirmed it on April 16th that the program will be canceled and all unobligated funding will be reallocated to the Disaster Relief Fund or to the U.S. Treasury. And I think I mentioned this program specifically at the council meeting in December, as California had been very successful. It's a nationally competitive grant program. So 49 grants across the state of California are still awaiting review by FEMA headquarters to confirm cancellation or next steps, if they're allowed to receive all of their funding. In California, 21 grants will be likely entirely canceled, or 17 partially canceled, but we're still awaiting, what that review looks like. So for the fates of those 38 grants, which were not fully obligated, over $860 million in federal funding right now is currently up in the air. So I will say it's not an overly rosy future for the hazard mitigation programs right now. I am spending dozens of hours each week talking to communities just like yours about whether or not to proceed with applications, to proceed with projects that have been approved, that aren't at risk of being canceled. And there's a lot of unknowns. I'm here to answer any questions that you all may have. Please understand I may not have those answers for you tonight, as the programs are constantly being changed. But I am happy to answer any questions you may have, and I'll turn it back over to Samantha.
Yeah, I got a question. I don't know how you can comment on this, but the status of the RPV grant, is that in good shape, wavering?
So the HMGP buyout program itself, the funding has not been allocated, but the way that they structured the work that's going on right now, they've structured it as pre-award costs. HMGP is kind of in a separate bucket than BRIC, so their project is not at risk of being canceled the way that BRIC projects are. So the buyout program is not necessarily at risk of being canceled, but that is also because they submitted their application in October in a different pot of money than BRIC. So as far as I'm aware, that funding is not at risk of being pulled back at this time.
But right now, costs are being incurred, and if the project was canceled or pulled back, would there be costs, unreimbursed costs being incurred right now?
For if FEMA were to, if Congress would have to change the Stafford Act. So BRIC was a little bit more discretionary than HMGP. So if Congress were to change the Stafford Act, and then yes, any dollars that were being incurred to date, since their grant has not been formally obligated, they would be at risk of having to pay those costs out of pocket.
Is that both the residents and the city that are incurring costs?
The city is responsible for it, so it would depend on, I don't know what their specific agreements look like with each individual property owner.
And the 42 million, how did that number get decided on?
So we get like a pot of money based on the overall damages for a federally declared disaster, and so we get a set ceiling amount. We actually had a project that had withdrawn that we were submitting to FEMA. That was the balance of that funding, and we needed to be able to submit a project within a few months. I think I mentioned this to you all in December. Their preparation of the application and submission was one of the fastest sub-applications I have seen to date in, 15 years of being in these programs. Yeah.
If we were to consider going forward with a program like this, how would we decide on that?
Typically you would just apply, if you had 15 homeowners that were interested, you would submit an application for, 15, and we would score it and rank it across all the other ones, all the other submitted notices of interest, and then we'd work with you to try to fund as many of those as possible. It really depends on how many sub-applications are submitted or notices of interest are submitted for a funding opportunity. RPV's kind of random 42 million had a lot to do with the fact that was the balance of the grant pot that we had remaining that was going to expire.
Okay, my last question is on the discount rate that you were talking about. Can you just, I guess, at a high level walk through the process of how that discount is applied and what it applies to?
Yeah, so FEMA has this, I could almost I wish I would have thought about this. I could have like walked you guys through the BCA toolkit. Again, I've never done that in a council meeting before, but could be a first time for everything. Essentially, the way the toolkit just compares the costs of the total cost of current, like to do I think Sam had the slide that had all of the eligible costs compared to the benefits that that project will provide over the useful life of the project. Since it's 100 years, because after year 100, most buyouts don't accrue any benefits. Like when you mathematically discount them at 7%, year 100 is usually where you don't accrue any more benefits, so they just cut it off at 100. And so they look at, it depends on the likelihood that, in this case, the home will experience a failure so that it's no longer livable. So if the house is not red tagged right now or at imminent risk of being red tagged, it is unlikely that the likelihood of a future failure is lower than if it was already damaged, because there's usually the data to support that the home is moving or at risk of falling off a cliff or going to be flooded in that time period. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yeah, I do have a couple. When you do the cost analysis benefit, is that project-wide? Now, let's say we had 10 homes.
Yep.
Is that done by the whole project, or is it the individual, each property has a cost benefit?
Yes,
analysis?
so each of them will have their own cost benefit ratio, but we can aggregate all of the costs and all of the benefits to find something that will be cost effective. So in the case of any buyout program, there are some homes that, due to the community's individual ranking process, I'm going to speak hypothetically like RPV just because it's easier to use a specific, and if they were only looking at the red tagged homes, maybe some of them, because of how high the structure value is, maybe it's not cost effective. Maybe it's a 0.7 or something. I'm not saying this is any specific home, but there could be a house that's a 1.3, and if we aggregate that together, it's 1.0. Costs and benefits are equal, we can proceed. So we looked at each individual structure, and then we aggregate it to look at the overall cost effectiveness ratio.
And I don't know if it's possible to do this in just an easy way to describe this, but let's just suppose that the house is $1 million. I'm just going to use X, it's a round number, because these houses are worth more than $1 million.
Yeah.
But let's just say it's $1 million. Could you kind of walk us through what this cost-benefit analysis looks like, as far as how that would apply, and what is considered the benefit over the 100-year period? What kind of costs are they looking there to offset that?
Yeah, I'm actually going to use a flood. I think it's easier to explain in a floodplain lens. And these programs were created with primarily flooding in mind. And then you could think about how it might compare to land movement, which is harder to predict, like how often or how much the land may move in one year to another. You know what I mean? It's a little bit harder. So flooding, if something's in a 100-year floodplain, it means that there is a 0.01% chance that it will flood in any given rain event, right? So if something's in a floodplain, I think the average is that it's going to get damaged within a 30-year mortgage is on average. So you can assume that once in 30 years, you're going to have a substantially damaged home. So it could get knocked off its foundation. Like, it kind of depends on the characteristics of the home, but it literally looks at the likelihood that house will get flooded every year for 100 years. And then the costs associated with repairing the house, the damage to the house, displacement of the homeowners, that kind of stuff, it'll multiply it by that likelihood for 100 times. And that will add up all the benefits across that 100 years. That's what the benefits are, the benefit side of the equation is. So they're comparing that percentage of flooding every single year across that 100 years. and then it is discounted 7% for every year that you go out. So once you get to year 99, it's been discounted a lot. But, you know, year 1 and 2, that's why if a house, like in a landslide or a land movement, if it's at imminent risk of failing, it is more likely to happen where the benefits have not been discounted. So that's why it's difficult if a home has not been inspected, and that's why RPV, I think, put that in their ranking and prioritization, because they didn't want to get people's hopes up, right? If, you know, if they were going to apply, and they could potentially open themselves up to having people red tagging their homes.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question on this aspect is, on RPV, and you may not know the answer to this, but since they applied before the discount rate was changed, are they possibly going to have to redo theirs under the new?
The guidance, yeah, it's unclear. It's unclear right now because the policy that they just issued last week, it's unclear if they're going to apply the gray area because their grant hasn't been formally approved yet, but it was submitted before the policy change. FEMA did their initial review of the sub-application at the 3% discount rate.
Okay, thank you.
So I have several. I mean, first up, Rancho's math doesn't add up. They got $42 million. They spent 10 on 3 homes. They got 23 homes, so that comes to 76 million, unless they took the most expensive homes. What happens when they run out of money to the rest of the people who've been accepted into the program?
I can't answer that question. I'm not administering the buyout. I'm sorry.
All right, and so then each city would apply for different amounts of funding, so we wouldn't assume that a 42 would be the same.
Correct.
I don't believe we have anybody red tagged, is that correct? So by current FEMA rules, we would not be eligible, is that correct?
It's not, there's not an eligibility requirement that it must be red tagged. It just, when something's been red tagged, it essentially means that the home is unlivable. So the cost benefit is a little bit more shifted in that favor.
Our homeowners, based on the list that they had, would only fit in categories 5 or 6, adjacent to the thing and potential thing. Because we have nobody red or yellow, and all of them have been re-energized, I believe. Is that correct? So all of ours would not fit in or been allowed to be re-energized. So ours would not fit in that. So ultimately, FEMA makes the decision as to whether to allocate. How does that work?
There is eligibility criteria that is designated by FEMA, but those tagging and utility shutoffs and things like that, that criteria was developed by the city of RPV, you know, with advice from CalOES.
So we really need the exact FEMA eligibility.
So the eligibility requirements for FEMA is that it's not bank-owned and
Not what, I'm sorry?
bank-owned.
It's not
Oh,
foreclosed in.
Yeah. And then that the property has not changed ownership since December 1st of 2022. And that the property contains legally permitted residential structures and that the applicant is legally a legal property owner according to the county assessor.
So FEMA does not require it to be red tagged.
Correct.
And I was going to say, then the project has to be cost effective, has to be technically feasible. So
So it has
that,
to go through the calculations.
yes. And then it also has to meet environmental and historic preservation requirements as well.
So we have several homes in an area that was a previous landslide, a known landslide. Would those homeowners be eligible because it was already a previous landslide that when they bought their homes? Are they still eligible to be applying?
When you say previous landslide, like the land has already failed and the homes have,
Yes.
so since
They
the,
bought the homes with the knowledge. We have a section of our city that was in a landslide, a known landslide.
so they would be eligible, but I guess I have like a lot of follow-up questions. So they're technically eligible if there is a home still there, so that they have not failed yet. And their fair market value would be at current condition, not pre-event.
I don't know what that means. I mean, the failure in our slide area was many, many years ago. The people buy the homes in there, it's a significantly reduced value versus other parts of the city already. So would it go on the 2022, 75%, like everything else is looking at?
I don't know if I'm understanding the question.
It might, because this date was provided to Rancho Palos Verdes, and now it's a year later, potentially it would be 2023, our starting date.
It'd be
Yeah.
2023,
Yeah.
not 2022.
The RPV December 22 date was based
Right.
on the start of the atmospheric river storms.
Okay, that's when that date was. Okay, I just want to, and then lastly, I know that this was, people did know about this. Have any Rolling Hills residents applied for this already? Who approached us about applying for this? I thought there was one.
Yes, staff have received interest from several Rolling Hills residents. We have not received directly any applications to the city of Rolling Hills.
Well, application for what?
Yeah, that
Right.
doesn't exist yet.
We don't have a program yet to apply for.
Because I
Yeah.
know that there's, okay, that's what I wanted to know. Okay, that was all of my questions.
B?
Yes. Okay, on that last question, how many people or different houses have indicated interest in the program?
I believe it's 2.
Two?
Okay. All right, and then in terms of, there seem to be 2 operating issues here. One is the cost to the city relating to this program, and then the other one relates to whether it's even feasible based on the criteria, which has changed in a number of respects. So to the issue of the cost to the city, there was an estimate of $80,000 that was estimated by RPV. Now, is that cost dependent on the number of homeowners they were administering with
Do you-
this program? Or is it a fixed cost that even if you have few or many homeowners, that the cost is relatively the same?
Do you mean the in-kind cost to the city? Is it, yeah, so 85,000, yeah. They originally thought it would be around 330,000. I did learn that they are settling around the $85,000 mark. I believe it's just to administer the program. I don't think it's staff time, it's, resources to the community, things like that. But they don't have that actual cost yet. That's sort of, they're ranging it from basically 21,000 to 85,000 is their anticipated cost. They just don't have a solid number yet for that.
Okay, so you think
And-
it's
and they
more
are-
fixed rather than dependent, do you know
Yeah.
how offhand how many people are in that program?
Currently, they have, so the way that they are working it is that they have put aside $10 million in their general funds, in their reserves, and that is for 3 properties. So they are only able to do 3 properties at a time because of fiscal limitations, right? So they've chosen 3 properties, and they're working through the assessments with them right now. And some of those properties are not going to join into the program, given the results of the assessments on them. But they're breaking it up that way because to be able to fund every applicant was just not feasible. So
And that money set aside is separate and apart from the cost of the consultant that they hired?
the money that they set us, no, that would be inclusive of that. Yeah.
I
And
happen to know.
The $10 million, though, the reason that they did that is because it's subject to reimbursement, so they're gonna.
yes,
They're gonna.
they have to
money,
front the money.
That'll go to
Yeah.
the homeowners, and then, subject to reimbursement from FEMA, then they'll have the pot.
Yes, yeah. One thing that's not really accounted for, though, when they submitted their sub-application, they had to do all this geological studies and research to build their application. That is not really accounted for in these numbers, right? And so that is something that the city would have to, to build a good case, you have to have evidence, right? So that is an expense that the city would have to incur.
And do you happen to know how much they're incurring for the cost of the consultant? And is that totally reimbursable if the program is funded?
Yes, I believe that 75% of that is reimbursable by FEMA.
All right, and then getting to the actual feasibility, it sounds like the worse the property is from the more recent occurrence. You can't really go back to something that occurred previously, because that would just be what the market value was prior to the latest incident. Is that correct, Ms. Bennett? Okay, and then, so it has to be pretty egregious to even pencil out, particularly since this is now changed from 3.5% discount to 7%, which is cutting against all of the costs that
That's
would be amortized over 100 years.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, that's what I thought you were saying.
Yeah, and one thing to keep in mind is that the impacts for Rolling Hills are vastly different from that of Rancho Palos Verdes. The impacts in Rolling Hills are vastly different from that of Rancho Palos Verdes as far as, yeah, damages.
You good?
And RPV was
B?
lucky because they were applying for other FEMA grants. I'm sorry. I'll say, our RPV had the data in hand already at the time of the application.
And I want to do point of clarification. I apologize for interrupting, Mayor. Just to answer Dr. Black's question about how the red tag homes came about. As RPD was building their program, that is the first thing that they inputted into their application process. So if you're applying for this grant, and to be transparent, to ensure that they're going to be able to provide the most benefit to those individuals, your home needed to be red tagged. That was part of their application process.
Well, their homes were red tagged. I mean,
Yes,
they were
yeah, yeah.
unlivable. Those homes
But at
are
the-
unlivable.
yeah,
Let's
but-
not fool ourselves.
Right, but at the time of the application, I believe, by the time when I was there, only 2 had been red tagged. So it wasn't until the application became available when residents started to say, okay,
Come red tag my house.
some,
Before, when half of their houses at
so
4
that's just
feet
wanted
below the other
a
half
point of
the house.
clarification of how they got to that point.
And that was, again, to feed the benefit cost analysis,
Right.
because they wanted to get as many benefits as possible so that they could be inclusive as many properties as possible.
Right, but they got 42 million, and they're gonna run out of money.
How many of the, was it 22 homes that were identified?
23.
How many of those were red tagged?
I don't know off the top of my head.
It was in here. It was in here.
Yeah.
Sorry, I feel like I did put it down there in the report.
20 properties were red tagged, 37 were yellow
Yellow
tagged.
tagged, yeah. And
Well, I
they,
mean, of the 23 homes,
They-
was
in-
20 were red tagged, and then 3 others that were not red tagged were included in the 23? Okay.
or if all 20, because again, there's like, that math is kind of like benefit cost analysis is just as much of an art as it is a science. I can't remember off the top of my head if all 20 of them were included, or if they included a couple more of the yellow tagged ones to make the ratio what it was.
So, is there a math equation that's out there? Because
Yeah, I mean, you can download it is a publicly available toolkit that operates through, it's like an Excel plugin.
okay, because to me, the thing we have to figure out is with the 7% versus the 3.5%, because if we waited till 2029, because it all changed again, and it's back to 3.5%, would they let us go this far backwards? Okay, so that's one question. So then, if we have the math equation right now, we can plug in currently 0 red tag, 0 yellow tag. There's a discount rate for each one of those. There's a discount rate for the 7%. We can put in 2 homes, we can put in 20 homes, we can put in, we can do this to see if there's any number we can get to that makes sense of this.
Yeah, but again, the thing that it requires is we have to know what the risk is for failure. So if it's red tagged, we could say that it's already failed, right, and it's already damaged.
But that's a
Yeah.
number that can be, I realize it's not a guaranteed number, but before we spend $100,000 plus research plus, we have to see if there's a window that's there to even get us there. There's 2 families who are here who are interested in dealing with this. The question is, how we need to take a look at is, are we super close and then we just need this and that to happen? Or are we millions of miles away? Because all the numbers we're talking about, each house is going to be more than our annual budget.
Yeah. What I can say is that our team can do a preliminary benefit cost analysis, but we have to have all of the information from the property owner to do it. So, and we don't work, my office can't work directly with the property owner, so you guys have to get the information from the property owners and then have some sort of data sharing agreement that we can't, like, if it comes in as a full sub-application, we can do the numbers, but we can't just get, there's a data privacy thing, right? We can't just,
I understand.
yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out a way we can figure out whether there's a path that makes sense, or is it just that we all like the idea? Because liking the idea is not going to get us anywhere. If there has to be a path that makes success, because it's going to eat up a tons of times and tons of money, and by the time we get there, we have to have at least a decent chance of it happening.
Yeah, we have to get a good amount of data from the property owners. And I think that was the application process that RPV did. They had, the checkbox that they can share the information with us. And then we could start crunching all the numbers as property owners started submitting, and we kind of found what the best arrangement of properties were for benefit cost ratio that also aligned with their prioritization process. Does that make sense? So it has to be on you guys to decide if you want to have an application process and then we can get the data, or if you want to just do targeted outreach, that's all up to you guys. But we can't solicit the information directly from the homeowner to do the number crunching. And I will say it's not a very, the toolkit itself, very easy to use. You can plug in numbers, but it's how to find the numbers and justify the numbers you're putting in. That's where the art comes into this, yeah.
You share RPV's numbers that they plugged in?
For some of the costs, it would be applicable, but we need to know specific addresses. We need to, because we're gonna have to go pull all the tax records and.
And I know, I'm just trying to
Yeah.
sit there, if we said, I'm making
Yeah,
this up.
I mean, the other
Hey,
thing
you
too is
cost
the,
$2 million, and these are red tag, the red
Yeah.
tag gets you an extra 2.6%, and then the yellow tag gets you this, and just try
Right,
to
yeah.
swag some numbers together before
we can do
spend.
that. My team can do that.
Okay,
But we can't, my team can't solicit the numbers. You guys can though.
okay. You said-
Yeah, I had a follow-up. I just want to clarify, my understanding is correct. RPV chose to prioritize by using red tag, yellow tag as a way to do it.
Correct.
That doesn't have to be,
Nope.
if we were to do something, that doesn't have to be the criteria
We just got to go by FEMA's criteria.
that we would use. We would have.
Have to be eligible.
We would have to,
Yeah.
we would have to, they'd have to be eligible. And we would then have to establish some type of criteria in case you get more people applying than there would be a grant for. So my understanding on that is
Yeah.
correct. Is that right?
Yes, and what I'll say is a lot of communities, if they're like deciding whether or not to make a whole program, or if they're like, they'll do like a pilot, right? There's nothing to say that you guys can't do something for a couple of houses to see, can you scale it up? Is it worth does your staff have the time capacity? Did you find a consultant? There's a lot of things that you'd ask. I'll speak again, because in Wisconsin, this is essentially all we did. I mean, hundreds of these a year across the state, again, mostly for floodplain, but the communities that did have big programs, or if you look across California that have, acquisition or elevation programs for flood hazards or earthquake brace and bolts, they all start with some sort of pilot process that you don't have to have some sort of way to, you can target outreach and say, hey, we've got a couple people we know who are interested. Let's see what this application process is. Let's see what it's like to administer it before you go full blown. I think this, again, the situation in RPV is very different than yours. They kind of were forced to take immediate action, where you guys may want to, you can also take the path to be deliberate and think about how to plan it out a little bit. But I'm happy to offer lots of different examples that I've seen from communities of varying sizes. Typically for smaller communities, they've started with some sort of pilot or just like one or two houses, or like starting with the houses that are interested in moving forward. So like in that way. So,
If you were willing, and I appreciate the offer, to do some straw cost benefit analysis for us to see if we're, as Jeff said, you know, are we close or whatever. People don't, there's a sensitivity. If we have to get information from people about their properties and so forth, if they provide us that to do this, a straw, you know, just take a quick look at, that, they're not committing to do
correct.
anything. I mean, we can do that, their privacy is still protected, things like that. There's no downside for them to participate.
Yeah, and you
If
don't,
we were to try and
and you don't
take
have
a
to
look at
force
this.
them to get a building inspection or anything like that to do that process. What I would say is the big piece of information that RPV has that I'm not sure if your community has is, what does that imminent risk look like? How many, like for the houses that hadn't yet failed, how many years will it be until they fail? Because if they haven't, I mean, I have not seen on the outside what I've seen in RPV when I went there, you know, last year. You know, the houses there were definitely red tagged, the ones that were the first ones to participate. Since I haven't seen that here, so we would have to know, like, how many years would a geologist say, do they estimate that that house would have, within some time frame, would have a big failure event? That's the one thing, and like, I could plug in some numbers and say, oh, if you get a geologist to say 15 years, and the next 15 years it's gonna fail, or 7 years, or 5 years. But that's the crucial piece of information that RPV has, because they have a lot of geologic surveys.
And when you use the word failure, does failure mean that it's uninhabitable?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make
Yeah.
it clear for everybody. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna open for public comment. And the way we're gonna do public comment is you're gonna ask questions, we're gonna write them down, then we're gonna close the public comment, and then we're gonna ask for some answers. We're not gonna do back and forth because our lawyer will have a problem. Okay, so we're gonna now open up public comment. Come on up, we just need your name and your address, and we'll go from there. You're gonna have to, we gotta be able to hear on the recording, so sorry.
I'm Maureen Hale from 11 Centring. I just have a quick question. I'm totally confused. I'm sorry. I want to clarify, is Cal OES a separate program from FEMA, or are they part and parcel? I shouldn't use those words, part and parcel at this point. Okay,
Okay, we'll get to that question at the end.
okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, then come on up and sit down and give your name and.
Hello, everybody. So my name's Matthew Fournier. This is my wife, Jasmine Fournier. We live at 13 Centring, or lived. And thank you to Robin for coming so much. Thank you for taking your time. I don't have so much questions, but I did want to kind of give a first-person account of what's been going on at Centring. Would that be okay to give that sort of? Okay, great. So I wrote it down, so I'm pretty much just going to be reading. I'm not, the best presenter. So there are 4 pipe breaks on Centring, which you already know. And when people look at the videos, we sent the videos to the city, to Cal Water. When you look at the videos, people have said, at least 10,000 gallons of water dumped onto 13 and 11 Centring, potentially over 100,000. And they kind of put some math to it. There's a storm drain at the bottom of Centring, and it's about 2,800 cubic feet. You can go down and measure it, yourself. And during all the heavy rains of the last couple of years, there'd be nothing filling that storm drain. It'd be empty. And after the damage from the pipes breaking, the entire thing was filled. So 2,800 cubic feet of dirt was in the storm drain. So obviously, that's not all the earth that's been moved down my property in 11, because not all the dirt just went to that one storm drain. Some came before and some came after. And if you put that cubic feet of dirt into gallons of water, That's over 20,000 gallons of water that was dumped onto our property. That's assuming 1-for-1 for dirt to water. Obviously, more than 1 unit of water is needed to move 1 unit of dirt. So just the math of it is saying at least 20,000 gallons of water was dumped onto our property. So, really significant. And the pipe breaks occurred on July 25th, July 30th, August 8th, September 8th, September 25th, and then there was one in Quail Ridge as well. And prior to, every pipe break, I emailed the city to notify Cal Water that I was concerned that the pipes were leaking. It was going to damage the hillside. So there was warning every time that was going to happen. And, nothing was done. And so Centring was not part of the historical landslide complex. So people keep saying, oh, RPV, discount. Centring was not part of any. You can look at the maps, we all seen the maps, they're everywhere now. And I know Centring really well, we live there. Quail Ridge, I'm not as familiar with, but to my understanding, at least the majority of it is not part of any historical landslide complex. So those are two areas that, there are certain parts of, Rolling Hills where it's been more consistent. For Centring, Quail Ridge, no. And a lot of my neighbors have lived there since the 70s, and they've never seen any movement. So not only is it's not a mapped area, there's been no recorded movement. So it's, again, RPV, those were known landslide areas. Centring was not. My concern, obviously for everybody, especially for us in, 11th Centring, the neighbors, where all the water was dumped, we were the most directly impacted. And, but my concern is basically for everyone, that's elderly especially, there's elderly people that are essentially, trapped there, and homes are seeing damage, every house is different, but homes are seeing damage. So, since Centring wasn't a part of the historical landslide complexes, and I believe that's true for also the majority of Quail Ridge, I would argue for property buyouts personally. And I'm obviously, one of the homeowners, but that's my opinion. And, the discounts that are applied to RPV, I don't think they're applicable to Centring because Centring wasn't a part of the historical complex. It was a true natural disaster. It wasn't, I'm in an area with a long history of natural disasters, and I took the risk and it happened. This area was not considered part of the slide complex. Neighbors that lived there since the 70s have seen nothing, and then it happens. And then again, what preceded all property damage for us and all significant property damage for the neighbors that we know of were the pipe breaks. The pipe breaks preceded all of them. And since the lands border the nature preserve, it's not a burden for the city. We're right a part of the nature preserve, so it's a natural part, becoming part of the preserve. And then there is historical precedence for this. So in 1985, Palos Verdes Estates bought local homes that were damaged by faulty storm drains. Almost the same thing that we're going through. Cal Water was actually part of it. And you can look up the history of it. In 1985, Richard and Ann Kazan, probably mispronouncing that, home was bought from a buyout program for $1.675 million then. If you adjust it for the average price of that LA homes have gone up since 1987, so there's a 2-year gap, that'd be $12.69 million today. Interest rates back then were way higher than 7%. So we mentioned the discount rate of 7%. Interest rates were double digits then. So, they did basically in today's dollar terms, a $12 million buyout. That was for one home. They did it for multiple homes in 1985 for a faulty storm drain. That was missing 2 years of data, 1985 to 1987. If you look at the average national home price increase from 1985 to 1987, it was 12%. So that would actually put the home prices at $14.2 million in today's terms. So the price that we're talking about for Rolling Hills, well below that. And discount rates were higher than the 7%. And Robin's doing really great work with Palisades. I'm really thankful they're getting help. The unfortunate thing for us at Centring is that our problem happened first and nothing has happened. And we haven't been getting assistance. And we were mentioning RPV people applying for the buyout program, we actually applied to RPV's buyout program. My wife and I did. And so here we are now a year later. People are talking about higher discount rates. People are talking about, can we do it, can we not? And we applied last year because we were being directly impacted by, a minimum 20,000, probably hundreds of thousands of gallons of water on our property. And so again, and then people talk about, assistance. Palisades deserves it incredibly. It's easier to get fire insurance than landslide insurance, which everybody here knows. We all live in Rolling Hills, it's really hard to get it. And so there's more desire, if you want to help people through natural disasters, there's greater impetus for landslide than fire. So the above is basically my logic for the property buyouts, but there's also a very human element. So for all 4 pipe breaks, they occurred daytime, nighttime, just randomly. And my son would be out there screaming, Dad. I'd come running out, water's flowing down my property. I mean, it's pretty traumatizing. And my wife and I, we just didn't feel safe there anymore, so we had to move out. We've moved out for almost a year now. We spent probably over $100,000 of rent, so there's just all these costs of water being dumped and no one really helping. And so, it's emotionally traumatizing. There's the cost of rent. There's all that other stuff, And so, again, in the end, I would argue for property buyout. And people will say, the cost. And there is a monetary cost, but, as everyone's already laid out, Robin, there's this long-term cost. If you don't take action today, there's a long-term cost that will occur. And there's also been a loss of confidence. Let's all be real. And the longer there's no help, there's an honest question of, is Rolling Hills going to help when there's disasters, whether it be a fire or landslide? And the longer no action is not taken, the lower the confidence is in the community, the more that impacts revenues long-term. That's just the reality of it. And the benefits, if there is help, confidence is restored in the community. There also are, if you have elderly people dying in their homes at an earlier age than they should because of stress, this is a stressful thing. If you're not living it, it's really hard to probably understand, but it is. And if those people are dying, there are issues that come from that. And so my argument would be that Rolling Hills should act now. That there's the argument for 11 and 13th century in my brain it's too obvious. I think there's an argument for centering, and then I'm not as familiar with Quail Ridge, but I think the majority of Quail Ridge, at minimum, there's also an argument there for voluntary program. So those would be my 2 cents, if I miss anything. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other comment?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. Then we're going to close the public comment.
Now that I know that, we're gonna
Answer the Callaway.
okay.
Let's do that real quick.
Yeah, so the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services is the state kind of manager of FEMA programs. So FEMA has federal funding and passes funding through to states. We administer a variety of FEMA programs, not just disaster programs, but Homeland Security, fire grants, a whole bunch of other programs. But we administer FEMA programs at the state level.
But can you do it independently of FEMA?
Um, Yeah, the follow-up question was, can we manage things independently of FEMA? So we actually, for disasters that don't qualify for federal assistance, we also do provide state assistance. Whether that's, for a lot of that, it's mostly technical assistance, or we have the California Disaster Assistance Act, CDAA. So we kind of have a FEMA-esque program for public assistance at the state level, and then we offer a lot of technical assistance for disasters that don't meet the threshold for FEMA assistance.
So we're not talking about reimbursement?
Correct.
Just give us a
No.
second.
The question was, we're not talking about reimbursement. That is correct.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
reimbursement? We are talking.
We are, but All right, B, go
I
ahead.
just have a
Just-
quick question, just, we're talking about the appraisal and so forth, there's been a lot of talk about. What is the effective date of the appraisal for the purposes of this type of program? I mean, is it just before any damage was observed from the latest incident, or what?
Yeah, for landslides, it's a little bit, or for like land movement, it's different. We would have to work with you guys to prove that this wasn't a pre-existing landslide. I think obviously there's a lot of data and maps that show that this was in a separate area from the pre-existing slide in RPV, but we have to, FEMA's geological experts will probably have a bunch of questions and we'll have to respond to requests, but, it would be, typically, we refer to it in our programs as pre-event fair market value. So since if the homes are not damaged, it would just be current condition. If the homes were damaged, you'd be looking at an appraisal date of before it was damaged. The reason that we used the December date for RPV was because their pre-existing landslide was accelerated with the atmospheric rivers that occurred in the winter of 2022-2023, and so the December 1st date was selected as this was the date that the atmospheric rivers began, like largely throughout the state. So we picked that as it was connected to the atmospheric river storms. But since this was, again, that's because their slide was pre-existing.
Okay, but that's what I need clarity on.
Yeah.
Because Councilmember Black is right. There was areas in Millennium Hills that did not have, and it was stated earlier, did not have historic land movement, and there's areas that did have that. The areas that did have pre-existing land movement, it was well documented, and it was also fairly well known that it was quite slow and gradual, to the extent that the utilities stayed connected for 40 plus years, and then inexplicably they were shut off and then reconnected again with no sudden movement, no major fissures opening. But I bring this up because there's homes in this area that suffered more damage at a certain point. I can't give you the date, whether the December 2022, I think, is the date that you used. There's reports and evidence that some of these homes that did suffer from land movement damage, that damage accelerated after that time period. So that doesn't disqualify them from this program. Okay.
No,
Because
it would
they had
just,
value.
yeah, it would,
They may have been
correct.
reduced value because they were in a known landslide area, but they still had value. And if that value was reduced because of additional land movement and additional damage, it seems to me they would be eligible for this program.
Yes, they would be eligible, and we would have to, honestly, depending on if it was in a pre-existing landslide area or outside of that footprint, it would determine what the date of the appraised value. But again, there's like a lot of specifics that we would need to know of the specific properties so that we could do all of the eligibility screens for each specific property, because it does vary by property. In your community, it's not quite as cut and dry.
I agree. Okay, thank you.
Let her go and then I will.
Okay, and the other question I have is that, do we have to show that whatever the damage is, that it is due to some natural disaster, as opposed to something that is either in whole or in part contributed by some other incident that was instigated by a third party, as opposed to?
Correct,
the
it has to
nature?
be a natural hazard, correct.
Okay.
And I have a question. There's the term, the slide complex. So my understanding of that term, the slide complex, was that there are several different slides on that area of the peninsula that are, and that's what complex meant. Is that everybody's understanding of
Yes.
the term slide complex?
Yes.
I moved here in 1986, and when we had geology done on our property in '86, there was a there was a very small, inactive slide area at the tip of Cinchring and Quail Ridge South. And in many of these maps that came through from RPV showing all the slide areas, you know, they were in different colors. And this was a little teeny tiny yellow one, but it was there even in recent things that were shown. Would that qualify? Would that be considered pre-existing because it hadn't had any movement? Or would that be something brand new, or is that something you?
I would have
say?
to ask FEMA, because I think that this, like I said, the programs are really created to support flood hazard reduction. And so a lot of these landslide, land movement complexes, like it's a totally different, like totally unique thing in that unless it's a sinkhole, I've done sinkhole buyouts, I've done like the house is imminently like an erosion, that type of landslide. This is the first time I've obviously dealt in this hazard. You guys are very unique in the peninsula, and FEMA is having to make determinations, I think, specifically for the peninsula. So I wouldn't even be able to guess how they would see that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask a quick question for Robin?
No, we got it. Hey, hold on a second. We're gonna get there. Okay, so my question would be is, you said you could do, if we had an application with the information, and there's apparently two people who are interested, if we had information for both, you could pencil it out, making tons of assumptions.
Yes, we could.
Okay?
Yes.
Does that work for one, and could we do a pilot if there was just one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why not do two?
No, I'm saying, no, I'm just saying is if.
Well,
the
I
other-
mean, we
know
could
have one
screen,
already
we
'cause
could
they already
screen
did the-
for eligibility.
Okay, because I know they just said they already did the paperwork, and maybe the other people don't want to do the paperwork, so I'm saying is, can we do it for one or two?
Yep.
The answer is yes.
And I mean, we
Okay.
do buyouts for where communities are only interested in doing one or two properties. You know, it's
Okay.
not a requirement that you have to have this free and open, any resident can apply program. There's no requirement for that. I think, again, RPV's situation, because their hazard is impacting a pretty wide swath of their community, that they chose to do that. They were also not sure how many properties were going to be interested, because no one was reaching out to them. There are a couple folks, obviously, but they weren't sure how many people were going to apply in the first place. So,
Okay, then, hang on a second. We're gonna open public comment one more time. Could you come up and ask your question? And then we're gonna close it, and then she's gonna answer, then she can go home, or go to her hotel.
I'm Allison. I'm
Yep.
Allison Smart. I live at 11 Cinching with my mom and my husband. The question is regarding the 75% figure that we saw on the slides. Is that something that is set by FEMA, by Cal OES, or by RPV? And is there flexibility with that percentage?
All right, does that, hold on, so you have any other questions? Any other?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. Come on up, close the public comment. Okay.
yeah, the 75% cost share, that's part of the requirements for the FEMA grants. And so there are a lot of different ways to meet the 25% non-federal cost share. There are in-kind services I've worked with, again, I'm just speaking hypothetically with communities that I've worked with in the past. You know, there's communities that will have their public works department do the demolition or the hauling of debris, that they'll use their staff for in-kind, you know, the administration, they don't hire a consultant. There's a lot of different ways beyond just cash matching that you can meet the 25% non-federal share. And again, that's really project by project, what resources each community has, but it's a 75% cost share for FEMA, 25% non-federal cost share for the sub-applicant community. So Rolling Hills would be in charge of meeting that 25% cost share.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything else? Okay, thank you very much for coming.
Yep.
Again, thank you.
Yeah, no worries. I'm actually down here pretty often, so maybe not here, but you know, general area. Not
Well, we appreciate, we know you've got a lot on your plate right now with everything that's going on, so.
No, I mean, the thing is, I think to respond to one of the comments, it's, you know, it's not just Eaton and Palisades that are, you know, impacted by disasters. We're still supporting folks from the campfire. We're supporting folks from atmospheric river storms. I mean, storms beyond that. I mean, it's a lot of stuff going on. So we can't just focus all of our attention. Obviously, the communities most recently impacted, it was devastating. They're getting a lot of support and they need that. But we're also, doesn't mean that we also can't help you guys as well as you're trying to figure out what to do with your situation as well. So,
Thank you very much.
yep.
All right. Does anyone have what they want to do?
You know, I don't see at this point a significant downside if individuals want to submit their data to see if they are eligible per FEMA criterion, and see, because it sounds like the FEMA criteria is much broader than the RPV, because RPV had a limited amount of money and they had to figure out how to divvy it up. So if people want to, I don't see a problem with it. Now, the concerns I'd have are, we want to make sure before the city fronts the homeowners a bunch of money, that we have a somehow written contract with the either FEMA or the California board that we're going to get our money back. And then it'd be interesting, we do need to know if we're going to have to put a bunch of money out for not just staff time, but geological surveys and things like that. That might at some point make me think a little harder, but right now I don't see if people want to do it, why not let them?
Is this something, what you're suggesting, I think it's a good idea, we broadcast to the city?
Well, I actually, you're right, the concept of just allowing it one or two people, I mean, fine, a pilot, but if that's gonna, everybody needs to get a chance. I think that we don't just limit it to one person, and clearly, it sounds like the criteria applies to both those who were not in the historic landslide area and those who were in the historic landslide area, because they've lost property value also. So I would think I think we should make it public notice that anyone could do it. Now, if we want to start with a small private pilot project of a couple residents, just to see if people fit the FEMA criteria before we put it out to everybody. But if it turns out they are going to fit the FEMA criteria, then we should put it out to everybody.
Go ahead. I think that if we're doing it, I think we need to have the residents put together,
Yeah.
obviously, their information, because our staff has no ability to do things, and to also then take, if we're gonna receive input from people, I think we need to see, all right, what are the two worst cases? Because if it's not gonna pencil out for the worst cases, then all the others would, by, you know,
Well, the worst case, people
Logic
might
won't-
not necessarily want to even apply. You know,
well, I know of the people that want to apply and that are willing to do the homework, just so we have,
Right.
because we can't create these numbers, I mean, to the extent, and then they'll have to indicate where they're getting the numbers from and what it's based on, because part of it is it's gotta be sound based on the
Right.
formula. And so I think that we can agree to, or maybe a motion to put over, to get that kind of information and to then go from there, depending on how available the information is to be able to put into the analysis, because they
Do we
need to
need to
have.
make a motion, or can we direct staff to?
Right now, you're just discussing.
Yeah, let's just
Right.
all talk before we
Right.
make a motion for anything,
Right.
if that's okay.
All right, so I'm totally fine with this. For me, if we're gonna try to pencil this out and just see, because if it becomes real, then we'll have to define the rules,
Correct.
there's so much we'll have to do.
Correct.
But until we pencil out and see what it is, to me, if I understand the rules on the percentages and the likelihood of fail and all these sort of things, and also the fact that the values on Cinchering and Quail Ridge are the ones that didn't have land movement,
Correct.
but then did, I would want to make sure staff's asking whether we keep it to that group, even though we would, if it works there, I think we would then look bigger. What I want to do is try with the best pieces we have to see if we can get there. So we don't create, unless Robin says, no, it's the other way, we need all the flying triangle ones, is to keep it narrow enough so we don't waste a ton of time and a ton of energy We keep it small, we get a handful of houses that are interested, we do the math and we see if we're even warm. And if we're warm, then we can discuss what do we need to prove it, what do we need, and what kind of spend and those things if we can even afford what that needs to happen. I just don't want to get where we broadcast it to everybody and I'm just throwing this out, I lived next to the sinkhole and it was near me and I'm now I don't want to just waste their time because that kind of thing. I just want to make sure we're giving the best shot of victory, not,
Well, else you mentioned we could do a pilot program with just a couple of residents.
yeah.
There's been a lot of reference or mention about getting the information for the homeowners, but I haven't heard what that is. Is there
Right.
a checklist or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would also mention that although we can screen an infinite number of properties, we do have a limited number of staff. And so I just want to, I think your comments about finding like the right number, I think that's a great, I would say that's a really great line of thought because we haven't really done a lot of the number crunching with some of the new policy changes. But we can give the list of information that we would need and can continue to work to refine those numbers so that we can do the back of the napkin math.
Yeah, so from my standpoint, if you could work with staff to say, hey, 5 are better than 2, but 10's too many, whatever these things are, and this is the type of information we need so we can kind of hone it in and guide, oh yeah, the ones in the flying triangle which are historic, those are good ones, or no, that's not going to help the math, let's focus, just so that way we can minimize the energy necessary to find out if, because the 7%, that's a lot.
Yeah.
And just to clarify, on Mayor Piper's point, the ones that I'm gleaning the same way as I believe he is, that from what you're saying, if there's any historical landslide movement, that makes it more difficult to get there, because then you have to differentiate what was from before, from the ancient landslide versus what happened and is measurable, and that takes a geologic opinion is what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, that's correct. I would say for the ones that are in the historic complex, it makes it a lot more difficult.
Okay, so that we would be best to focus on areas that have not had a historical landslide. I'm just asking you from the standpoint of
Data, I think it's data, it's the availability of the data. So whatever, if there are property owners, I mean, I, again, don't know the specifics of any property owner, but some folks do have their own geological surveys for a variety of reasons. If some of the property owners have some of those done, we may be able to use those. So it's hard for me to say concentrate in this area, not this area, because it really depends on what data the city has and the property owners have.
Okay. Right. You got anything else? Anything else? You good?
So I agree that if we can get the help of Robin's group, that doing a straw of poll calculations, hypothetical of some specific properties, a small amount of them is fine. I have all the same financial concerns that everyone else on council has as far as what it would be a cost to the city to do. But I almost hate to bring this up, but I'm going to anyway. I have another concern about this program. And this program turns these properties into public properties.
City-owned, Rolling Hills City-owned.
right.
And if the city owns it, it is a public property. If it is a public property, there's access to public property.
We own the ring.
I beg your pardon?
We own the riding rings.
Oh. So I'm not talking about those, yes,
But we do.
and
We
those
own the
are
riding
things.
rings, and that
But I'm
works out
talking about,
okay.
you could conceivably be adding more where these are issues, and these are issues that are coming up in current conversations where it's, more covered. it's more apparent. So I have a concern about that. So I'm just putting that out there on top of the financial. And I'm not totally insensitive to this. I understand Matthew Fournier and Jasmine Fournier's comments about the trauma for it. I mean, I happen to live just up the street, and this time, my house wasn't affected, but it certainly could be, and I was out of my house for 2.5 months. So I'm not totally insensitive to that. I understand that.
Okay. So do we have to make a motion, or can we
Well-
just direct staff?
So Mayor and members of City Council, this evening, so how we got here to this evening, staff has been working with Robin and her team monitoring, sadly, a disaster to kind of happen to have this public funding become available. At the time in which RPV submitted, that funding became available due to a disaster that happened previous to that, and they were able to squeeze it in. We weren't a part of that discussion. We weren't even submitting applications, so we were not able to at that time. Since then, we have been monitoring to see, has a presidential declaration been made for a disaster, which would then open up the opportunity for an application, a notice of intent to be submitted. So working closely with Robin, we've been kind of watching the Palisades and the Eaton events. And under the former administration, this funding became available. We had a short window, and we understand that City Council are the first to give direction to staff to even submit the application and finalize it. Because we were in a short window, and we know and are aware that there are residents that are interested, staff went ahead and submitted a draft notice of intent, simply because we wanted to be in there so that way if you authorize us to submit the final version, we're in the queue. If we did not submit that by that deadline, which Sam indicated here was this past month in May, we would not be able to be applying for this again. And we'd have to wait for another cycle. So we kind of slipped it in as soon as we were able to. We didn't hit submit yet. It's in the draft format. So really tonight, it just kind of worked out where we were trying to meet with Robin to have this extended conversation. Staff has done that research. We've actually been working with the Fourniers, and they've been kind enough to share information to allow us to learn more about it. And we're very, very grateful, and that's been very gracious of you to allow us to work with you on that. And we've been kind of doing a lot of the behind the scenes work because you gave us that direction, find out more information. So the purpose of tonight's meeting was to allow you to give staff authorization to finalize this application and hit submit. We have until September of 2025 to develop this sub-application. Now, if I understand this correctly, we can still, under the draft concept, work on this. And if we happen to hit, and I'm gonna ask Robin to come over here, if we happen to hit that September deadline, are we eligible to say, hey, we're not close to hitting submit? Would you be able to grant us a potential extension? And that's really why we were meeting tonight, to give us direction on, do we hit submit, hold off, and then work with Callaway to see when that can work out. And it sounds like from what I'm hearing, they want us to do that second portion, which is come back and provide us additional information. I just want to make sure we align this well with the application timeliness, but also to ensure that we gather the right data and we have individuals to do that with, so.
Yeah, we can, I mean, that September deadline, that's an internal deadline. We have until April is the final drop dead deadline to submit the full sub-application. That means everything that we need. So that September deadline is to see, okay, what do we have? What, we know that FEMA's gonna ask questions about X, Y, and Z. Let's, firm this part up. Let's get some more backup documentation here. And we'll put the project through the ringer so that April deadline, it's as final as it's going to be. But we can give an internal time extension.
So then for the purposes of this evening's discussion, we will continue to remain in the draft stage of the application process. And we can come back and provide the additional information to the council, as long as it's timely enough to hit that official April, which we've been sharing with everyone. It's April of 2026. We have this end goal. We were going to gather all this data. So table it, get information, and then come back, and we can at that time provide the data and at that moment define if we're gonna hit the final submit button.
Yeah, we can do that.
I just want to get that point of clarification in there.
The turnaround time, once you get what you need to get the information back to council.
Yeah, I can work, actually, one of our staff members who helped support the RPV application is actually deployed down to Pasadena this week, so I can talk to him tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay.
So, because what we really need to understand is, before we spend hundreds of thousands of dollars of the city's money, if there's not going to be success, then we have to look at other avenues.
Or not.
Yeah, who knows? Yeah,
Or not.
I'm with you.
And I think the fact that we have one homeowner with a lot of data, it'd be nice to have more than one.
Well, I think we're going to ask, she's going to find out what we need, and then we're going to ask anyone who's been able to get us the data.
Right.
Because the problem is we can't wait months for the data.
I know,
So-
but I think just one is not really representative of the whole city, but
No.
at least we'll see what happens.
Yeah, no, but I think we're going to see if we can get 2 or 3. I mean,
That
that's
would
my
be-
hope.
That's what I'd prefer.
Yeah.
Can I ask just
Yep.
one more question? And this is to staff, and you may not know the answer to this. I don't know the answer. The Cal water pipe breaks, not the ones down in RPV, but ours up here. Have they attributed that to land movement?
I want to, yeah.
On this,
I-
because if this is, as B was talking about earlier, if the damage is primarily caused because of Cal water pipe breaks, because of their infrastructure not related to land movement, I'm not sure that, I mean, that's,
Right, so
If
that's a cause
Then it
analysis.
wouldn't, right,
Yeah.
but we'll find out.
Yeah, we can find out.
thank you.
Okay, so,
So, yeah, you asked if you needed
Yeah.
a motion. I think it's, we're looking for council direction.
I would, honestly, I'd prefer we don't have a motion.
Right, so
I'd
what
prefer
I-
we just have the mayor direct staff.
Yeah, so what I was going to say is I think it's helpful if you do a summary of what the direction, the consensus for direction to staff, and provide that direction.
okay, so the direction to staff is to work with people at Robin's staff to find out what information we need, to keep it as narrow as possible, so that way we can get the, because the timing's gonna kill us. I mean, that's really what the problem's gonna be. If we can keep it as narrow as possible, so we get enough information so we can see if there's a potential of a path, and get us information as soon as we can. So then we can see where we go on next, because there's a lot of steps that we need, that's gonna be a lot. Okay?
And we're all agreed on that.
Yeah, we're good enough? Okay, then
Just
we're
need a
gonna.
motion to receive and file.
Oh, someone make a motion to receive.
Move to receive and file.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Robin, thank you again. You,
Thank
we'll
you.
get you your own parking space if you want.
And things well.
won't be necessary. That's okay. It's a nice place to visit, you know?
2 of the 5 council members.
Okay, so we're going on to the next thing. Okay, consideration of ordinance number 386, amending chapter 17.16 of the municipal code regarding the height limits of a single-family resident home, stable, barns, and finding the action be statutory exempt from CEQA and public code.
Good evening, Mayor Piper and members of City Council. The item before you came before the City Council as a second reading at this last council meeting, and it was placed under consent. At that time, per the direction of Mayor Piper, the item was pulled for further discussion. Discussion ensued in regards to the height, the maximum height, and additional information in regards to the language being utilized for reducing any type of ambiguity, but also getting definitions of heights and what it all entails to determine the height, the actual number included with the heights. So what I would like for you, for City Council this evening, is to open up to page 168 and 169 of your City Council agenda packet, so we can look at, sorry, let me go back. As a result of that meeting, the direction from council was to work with, staff work with the city attorney and come up with language where we would eliminate and or reduce, or trying to attempt to reduce the ambiguity of language in the ordinance, but also instead of indicating the height limit of a structure of 18 feet, to increase it to 21 for the home, but also for barns and stables. Staff initially had indicated that to be 20 feet, and for the direction of council was to increase it to 21. So the language before you on page 168 and 169, staff and the city attorney believe that the language that is highlighted here and the changes being made based on that conversation at this time meets and satisfies the direction that city council had requested. If this evening, city council decides that the language as provided is sufficient enough, tonight we would have to bring it back and renotice it as a, no? Oh, reintroduce, I'm sorry, it was reintroduce it tonight as a first reading, and then we will bring it back to the city council at the next city council as a second reading, and at that time, we can place it on consent. And council, that actually concludes my presentation, and we can go through each one of these sections if you wish. The city attorney is with me, who came up with a lot of this lovely language, and we can talk about how it is that we got to this final language. Thank you.
Pat, any questions? Leah?
I don't have a question of staff. I have a question that, well, maybe it'll start off with staff. I think it's ultimately going to come back to you, because you're the one that gave the explanation of it at the last meeting. On page 161, item 2. A little bit more of a clarification just for our understanding on this. The maximum height permitted from finished floor of any building or structure to finished grade is 5 feet. And the difference between the finished grade and the finished floor level across any elevation shall average no more than 2.5 feet, with the maximum difference of 5 feet. Give us an example of what you're talking about here.
If this building was on a hill, and this, just for simplicity, we're gonna say this corner here was at grade. As the dirt falls away, that corner is 5 feet out of the ground. So they would have, the footings would be concrete, sticking out of the ground 5 feet. From the outside, when you looked at it, the house is already 5 feet tall, and we haven't even gotten to the house yet. Over here, the house is 0 feet tall, because that's where the dirt and the concrete meets. Then, you put down the joists, and you put down the finished floor, which is what we're standing on. Okay? Then we go up to sill plates, which is what the roof sits on, which is across the edges. Okay? Then we get to roof, and then you get to finished roof, which is usually 8 to 12 inches more than what you see here, because there's 2x8s, and then they got sheeting, and then they got, concrete shingles usually, or slate, is how we get to there. So that's the part is, so what we find is, like at our house or our garages, it's flat to surface, and then our front door still is, and then the lot starts to go off, but because the pad can be at a 10% grade, our house is, whatever, 250 feet long or something like that. By the time I get from here, by the time I get to there, the house is sticking out of the ground a whole bunch because my 10% grade is sloping away, but the house is flat.
So I understood all of that because you'd given me that tutorial before when we were on the planning commission and it came up. But I just thought it was helpful for everyone on council to hear it, everyone on staff, and for members of the public that might be listening on this.
Okay.
So, an example, my dad's house on Saddleback, because of the way the slope is, his is actually more than 5, it's like 10. And I look up at the houses above me by B, and half of them are more than 5, at least. And they're probably 8, 10. So all those homes will not be doable anymore, which is okay, we have to understand that. But I look at their walls and I can see where their grade is, and I can see where their first floor and their windows are, and it's more than 5 feet, it's quite a bit more. So, again, as long as we're gonna accept that there'll be more grading, if we do that, versus more massive structural, and you know, they're all mostly stucco now with building or wood, so it's a pretty big area I'm looking at that's white. But just be aware that we are making significant changes. An awful lot of houses in Rolling Hills would not meet these criteria.
The 5-foot max, 2.5 average is an existing rule that's already there. The
When
only-
did it go in?
What, forever ago.
As long as I've been,
Yeah, but mine was under that too.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah, so, and we had different rules.
Right,
that we-
I'm not
okay,
opposed
But so
to that,
that,
but
so
I
that rule
consider-
hasn't changed. The reason we're bringing that up is just because we're talking about the heights and
Oh.
things.
right.
But the reason we brought this back was for two reasons. One was, B, had some concerns about how clear it was.
Yeah.
So that has been adjusted. And the second part was, they made it 18 feet plus cupolas and weather vanes and whatever. And then the barns were 20 feet plus cupolas and vanes and whatever. The architectural features are above that level. And so we talked about it, since we were already talking about how it was written, is that we were gonna raise the whole thing to 21 feet as the top, plus architectural features, to be more in common. Part of what happened was the HOA, unbeknownst to me, because what started this was HOAs told me they had 0 height requirements, and they have 25 feet as a height requirement on like 50% or 55% of the houses. And 45% now have 0 height requirement. So we were doing that, and so the number of 21 seemed to be the most.
So they do have there was a number, because I knew there was always a number.
Well, yeah, but because of the
Litigation.
150M versus this versus that, all that fun stuff, 55% is still underneath the 25.
Not every CCNR has
A height
that
limit.
shown in the CCNRs, just like the easement and the view issue
Right.
isn't shown. in
Because I
every
knew there was a number.
Yeah.
instance.
And so for us, one, this has come up multiple times in our own meetings, like how tall is that thing and how, is there a max? We always talk about it.
Right.
So this was an opportunity to put a number on it. And then I personally thought that just making the barns and the height the same, it's just an easier thing for people to understand. It's not as confusing. And the planning commission had put 20 and the house is at 18, so we just went to 21 for both, just a little taller.
And-
So,
Just so you know, because you weren't at the last.
Right, I wasn't there.
Meeting, Jim, but I was one opposed to 21 feet. We're going up 3 feet, that's a whole yardstick from 18 feet. And we were talking about how tall this building is, and if you thought it was,
Oh, no, this thing would be a 15 feet from finished floor.
right, so I mean, that seems, we're getting people who actually come to our meetings and or even planning commission meetings who are reading about that, they're upset about the height of a structure and it interferes with their view, but we can't help them with that because
we don't have a view restriction on structures.
Right, that's right. So then, to the extent that we're making it 21 feet for both structures, and it goes from 18 feet to 21 feet for the residents, and then another additional foot for the stables, which I understand stables can be,
But B, you're looking
they're
at this wrong, is
smaller.
currently right now, we have infinite and 25 feet. So we're bringing it down 4 feet for 25% of the houses, and from infinite down to 21 feet for the rest of them. The 18 was the planning commission who was tasked at come up with a number, and they came up with a number.
Which I feel was completely arbitrary.
So now we have
and
arbitrarily went to
ridiculously low.
21.
So, so I spoke to some builders about it, and if you look at, because of the weight of roofs with slate and now concrete tiles, and you have to have, I think it's a 4-to-1 minimum slope we're required in our city.
We're 412, so we have to be 412s according to next door.
So 18 is ridiculously low. And then you're looking at plate heights then are 8.6. I looked, the bulk of mine were 9 actually, and then 10, 11, they're going to 8.6. I don't see, I mean, and we don't do plate heights, that's their thing. So if they want to do 8.6, but I don't see why we want to make obviously my house wouldn't fit, and I couldn't build it. It's 23, actually, 22 or 23, I looked it up after this last building. The barn, like we use an example, is one of the most beautiful barns in Rolling Hills, you couldn't build. My old barn, which was a 2-story barn when I grew up, you couldn't build. And as long as we know we're making significant changes, and if people think it's for the better, that's fine. I don't, but that's, it's a vote. I think 21's a lot better than 18. I could probably go for 21. 18 is ridiculously low. And even for a barn, 21 is low, because you can have a loft in a barn, and you need a loft. Horses are big animals. They need a big high plate height, and then you need a loft on top of it. You need a lot of room for horses. They need a big, airy space. They're big animals. Yeah, not an 8'6" plate height on a barn.
Well, if you look at when they did the barn one,
Where it's gonna hit
they were
its
using
head.
a 10-foot plate height on the
Right.
barns. And then, if you build the barns the way you come up to your 10-foot plate height, then you typically have the roof come in some, and then you put the tack room / on top. It's now kind of wedding caked in. So if you go 10-foot plate height, that's now the finished floor would be now 11 feet, because you got
Right.
floor, but 11 feet. And then we're saying from there to the pitch of the tack room is from the finished floor up there to the top is 10 feet in the tack room.
Well, but that, as you said, includes the roof and stuff. The inside usable bit
But
is
those
8.
walls have come in, and you don't see 8-foot sill heights on a 2nd-story tack room in this city, because the roof comes up and hits it.
Well, not always. It depends on how the barn is designed.
Yeah, but
It can have a roof, then a flat wall, then another roof. I mean, it's, again, I keep pointing to that oil painting out in front. That's not how that one is done. It's done the
It
way I
would be
described it.
just as pretty if it were a couple feet shorter and not, it would, I mean, that's a beautiful barn and it's historic. And I love historic, and not every barn, I mean, we used to have, 5 and 6 horses on our property. Not every barn has a loft on it.
But it's really nice because all that hay takes a lot of room.
Yes, it does.
And big bales of hay, you need a big space to put them. And I far prefer to people have it in a loft than piled up with a tarp over it next to the barn.
Well, they're
or
not,
next to-
I mean, that's,
Right.
no, they're not supposed to do that. But
No, they're
Okay,
not.
so-
But I'm just saying, I think that they can still have a loft. One of the problems with this is you can put a loft inside the house, which we're not supposed to have. At 21 feet, you could put a loft inside
The
the
only
house.
one that has a loft is the community association, or isn't that?
No, I've been in homes, we've been on site visits of homes.
Some, okay, yeah.
Because we don't spend that much time looking at the inside, we're
Right.
primarily concerned.
Right.
But when you look at the plans, they have lofts.
Okay, so here's where I'm at on this. One, we went from 18, we're not even talking about 18 anymore, we're now talking 21 is where we're
Which
at.
is
Except for
definitely
me, who would like it shorter, okay? Two, I think we did a decent job cleaning up the words,
Right.
so we're okay there.
Well, I do have,
And,
yeah, when,
and if we went taller, if it needed to be taller for some reason, it's just a variance, and we give those out like water. So, right, there we do.
But
And
that's a
so-
problem. We should be like giving
And
them
some
out.
of the things you're seeing on some of these which are architectural features, which are the cupolas on
Yep.
top, and then the weather vane on top, well, there's a mathematical equation that adds to how tall those things can be on top of that.
They make a nice, interesting
100%.
architectural feature.
But we're not judging those. Those are separate.
Okay,
So that's more.
so you can do that in addition to this?
We're just saying the ridge.
Ridge height.
And
that's what I thought
then your
we called
cupola
ridge
on
height.
top of that, and your little weather vane, and we're in
Yeah,
business.
ridge height.
So that's where,
That's what I thought we were talking about.
this
the
half the
time.
table got to 21 feet. B wanted it shorter. We wrote it in as a placeholder, knowing that you wanted more, but that's where we were. And we tried to clean up, and B has, what's your other correction?
okay, well,
And then
and
we're
I
gonna
also want to, before we just leave it at what you
Oh, we're
wanted
going to.
for the height, I just, just because you think it might be easier to make the stable and the residence the same height, that's not a reason, like Jim was mentioning.
No, it
You know, you have hay sometimes up at the top, because you want to push it down to the horse. But that's not a reason to have these really high houses where people, that's a larger structure, and now all of a sudden, there's a new house there, and people say, I used to be able to see this, but now it's up to 21 feet. That's a lot of space, so there are concerns that people have made about that.
The only reason I laugh is because it's the same argument the other way that you make about the trees.
No, I'm just saying
I mean, the
that
trees are in
we
everyone's
don't-
way, but we're not allowed to, anyways.
Well, we don't, but I mean, we don't have a recognition for structures as, for the view ordinance, and I'm not saying we should, but I think we need to be attentive to the fact that a large structure, especially one that was built and wasn't there before, or if it goes up higher, is going to interfere, obviously, with someone's view, and we need to, if there's no real need for it to be 21 feet, I think we should just reduce it proportionately, and it's okay for the stable, which is a smaller structure, for the need to be, a foot or
Well,
two
The
higher from
reason
it.
some people need a higher ridge line than others is their lot. Not everybody's lot can have a home that's narrow, that's just one room thick. Some people, they can't. They have to build a home that has 2 rooms or even 3. They don't always, and so if you have that, you need a higher ridge height. I mean, some people's lots, the way the lot is, they can spread it out so it's a long, it's nice, because then you have windows on both sides of the house, the room, but not everybody's house can do that. Some people, their lot just doesn't work that way.
And be just like any other thing, when we have site plan reviews and so forth, just because, and it does, as you mentioned, it does make it harder because somebody can argue, well, you said I can have this much.
Right.
We oftentimes don't allow something to go, just because, you don't have to allow the maximum. That's part of what a site review does, a discretionary review on this particular property, on this particular project. How does that work? And if there was the massing, I'm going to use the word massing instead of you're using the word view, because we don't have any view restriction on structures, but we do look at massing. And if for some reason the project is really big and really tall, and if bringing it down a little bit, the planning commission can make those type of recommendations. It's discretionary. So I'm not sure that everybody out there is going to be building. We didn't have any height restrictions before, and not everybody out there was building 21-foot high barns.
Well, I'm just saying, people tend to
Or
go for
homes.
the max, and it becomes harder for the planning commission to say, if it's already in the rules, oh, you can't go up that high. And we don't have massing in our rules. I mean, that's something they
Yes.
kind of put a gloss over, but it's, the term itself is not in
But I
there.
do like the way Leah looked. Leah's looking at it exactly it should be looked at. Because it is the mass of the building. It's so, if you're 5 foot above grade, and then you're 21 feet above that, for the rest of the planet, you're at 26 feet, and a house, a raised foundation can do that. But I do think that you should look at it as mass, because I think at grade, if you're building at grade, you should get a little bit of a break versus if you're building at 3 foot raised foundation, personally, or 4 foot raised.
But under this, you can have both.
Okay, so,
So
Yeah,
that's
here,
what I'm
so
saying.
is there any way the rest of the council would be willing to separate the house from the barn? Because I'm just saying, just for when the vote comes.
But you want higher on the barn.
I want higher barn, and so I'd vote for this for the house. I'm
Well,
gonna
you
vote
know
no, it's gonna have to vote no on the whole thing.
no,
unless-
there is no whole thing to vote on yet. How tall you want the barn?
And based on something, because I don't want this
Right.
to be capricious and,
Right.
all of
I
that. It's
actually
gotta-
didn't, so I looked at home heights between the last meeting and then the one I missed, sorry. But I didn't look at barn heights, so I can look at barn heights over the next week or two.
We've got them, it was in the last staff report, we had them, right?
Well, the one they gave us, I thought was nonsense, because some of these were so low, they clearly weren't a new home. It must have been an addition or something like, unless there was a different
Just
one
the
that I
barn,
didn't
just
see.
Just the barn, just the barn. You're talking about moving the barn. Yeah.
What page is that?
No, it was in the last staff.
No, it's in here.
It
It's in
is
here.
included.
It's in here.
Oh, okay.
Feels like come up in
They
conversation.
have it on pages
I didn't see it.
186 and 187. There's a whole list of buildings. Some of them are stables, some of them are homes.
Well, I saw the one before, and I thought a lot of them were, the one that I saw from before, I thought this was the same thing. I thought it was a lot of it was,
The top of page 187 is 25, 24.8, 25.
yeah, see, they're higher.
But that's the highest, the other ones are not.
These are barns then, right?
Yeah, but Jim, look at this one right here. The first one's 25 feet plus a 7-foot tall cupola.
Yep.
So that's,
True story.
Oh. That's Quail Ridge North. I think, when did we all voted on that one, didn't we? I don't remember.
Well,
I remember going and seeing the Morgan Lane one, right, the 24.8. We all went out and saw the Morgan Lane one. And we thought it was gonna be okay. I haven't seen the final straw, I don't remember it. But I'm pretty sure we went out and looked at the Morgan Lane one, didn't we?
well, but those are the ones that brought the conversation on heights. Because of those being so tall, that's when it started the conversation. And then what got the momentum was the HOA losing their height constraints.
well, I mean, they want this, something, or at least they wanted it even as of 18 feet. We heard from Kristen
They
Ray.
were supporting us doing something, is what
And
my
then
take
didn't
is.
like what we did.
Yeah, of course, then they didn't like what we did. But all right, B, is there a word you wanted to change?
Okay,
Because
okay,
I'm
so
not,
then-
Is the same, both these pages are the
I
same?
don't know, it was a repeat, but it's just,
Okay, so both pages are the same.
yeah, 187, check out 187.
Okay.
So, and on the B exceptions, since you're asking about that, where it has.
Yeah, go ahead, keep going. Pat's-
Okay, the
Back to mine.
Leah's talking now. Okay, sorry, he asked me about what the recommendation was. So it says, the following exceptions shall apply to the one-story limit specified in section A above. That is, I know we put in inclusive any loft or storage, but that basically has what you take away here, you give here, unless you make it clear that you add, is specified in the, quote, general limitation portion of section A above, because it was explained by the city attorney, what was intended was this is an exception to the one-story specified in the first sentence of this whole section A. But the section A also has the maximum height limitation. So that would be needed to just make sure it's clear that we're not adding, like, which was my complaint before, adding the amount of height from a loft, which is in 17.18, and adding on a top of the maximum height, a storage area portion. So it's clear that it's only relating to the general limitation, the one-story limit is specified in the general limitation portion of section A.
A lot of these are the same numbers as before that I didn't believe. I mean, this can't be a whole house. There's no way a house at 29 Eastfield has got a 13.3 ridge line. No way. And there's no way at 16 Pine Tree has a 11 inch ridge line. No way. That must be an addition or a side thing. There's no way.
And they could be.
And because these are not, so when you say the roof heights, we're talking about ridge height. I think the more, the realistic, maybe 20 Upper Blackwater Canyon, I know that.
But Jim, I have a very large house, and because of how Diana likes the roofs, I don't have a single roof over 16 feet. Okay, because
You have no attic.
no attic, everything's
And-
vaulted, the way, well, not everything, she built roofs inside the roofs, I don't know what happened there. But she liked the roofs to go a certain way, and so like our family room, the roofs turn this way, and is that how the roofs go together? So my house is actually shorter than all of this.
You're not shorter than 13.2.
Okay, well, I'm taller than that, but
You're not
I'm on
12,
a
11.
2-acre flat lot.
I mean, you're looking at houses that probably have a ridge line of,
Okay, so let's do
We're
this.
gonna do
11, 13.
21, we're already saying we're
Right,
gonna
we're
do
21 on
21.
that.
Yeah, so let's.
That's why I said, could you separate, because I'd vote for that, but I still want a higher barn.
Okay,
But I don't know the exact height for a barn yet.
we're just gonna pick a number and we're gonna move forward.
Well, we don't have to change the stable. I mean, you said yourself that there's
I'm
a
fine,
variance.
I'm okay with this, so, hold on. Do you understand whatever the chick, she was talking about? We need these things that are included in the maximum height, probably solves our problem.
So the language that we are being recommended by Mayor Pro Tem is that under exceptions, letter B, where it's including the word specified in, the general limitation section, A, above.
No, well, I mean, general limitation portion, because it's, we're not talking about one or two, it's basically just that one sentence,
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna say first paragraph, so specified.
in the first in
Yeah, I'm
the
gonna say
general
specified
limitation,
in the general limitation section in the first paragraph.
first paragraph, okay.
Okay.
If that makes her happy, I would make a motion, just on that part, because I still want to talk about perhaps separating the barn and
Okay.
the houses.
Let's not make a motion yet.
Okay,
then.
all right,
Let's
but
continue.
I'm okay, I would be okay I would support that language.
Yeah, just to make it clear, so
Yeah, I
we
got-
don't
I
want
got it.
people adding, yeah.
And I would also be willing to consider a height different for the barn than the homes. And I'd like to know what you would suggest, keeping in mind, I don't think it can't be just arbitrary and capricious. I mean, we
Right.
have to base it on something,
Right.
which is why the planning commission did the work that it did. Keep in mind, anything that was built, that you say, no, we couldn't build it. You couldn't build it today, but if it's already there, it'd be legal non-conforming.
No, I know,
If-
but
yeah, right, but I'm just
I'm
saying.
just saying, we're
not
gonna
go away.
change the way the city looks over time. That's what I meant. You wouldn't be able to replace a lot of the homes here. We will change the way the city looks. Like the landscaping, we will change the way the
Right.
city looks if we do that. And my opinion is, not for the better.
Yep.
So do I really wanna make the whole city not for the better in the future? I kinda don't.
I don't know, for most of us, I wouldn't be able to tell, let's say we moved the barns to 22, I'm gonna just pick 22 feet.
From
Or
21?
20 feet, but whatever.
Okay.
I'm not going to be able to tell, and the average person is not going to be able to tell whether that barn is 2 feet higher. That's not going to change, in my opinion, the look of the city.
The mass, as you pointed out,
Yes,
is
the
the
mass.
more,
Right,
is more
right.
relative than
And-
anything else.
Right, and I leave that to the planning commission. But, so what would you like as a height for the barn?
So, we're looking at here, we all looked at, I know that the group looked at Portuguese Bend Road, 21.5, and they initially wanted it higher, but then the neighbor was concerned it was gonna be looking down into their bedroom. And, they never did build it. And then I know the group looked at Morgan Lane, 24.8, and we all thought that was okay. And, I don't remember Quail Ridge North, but I'm just wanting to point ones that we all thought that were flagged and were okay. Now, the Upper Blackwater Canyon, I know that house, it's still not finished, but, the way the width of it, it's 21, that's a house, and so it looks low just because it's a broad house. If it was narrow, that would look more peak. So again, I could probably go with 21 on the house, but I think barns should be higher, but I don't know an exact number. I think the Morgan Lane, the 24.8 or 24, that might be kind of I didn't realize you got a 25 plus a 7-foot couple. I'd have to look at that barn. That sounds pretty big, but I don't know.
Yeah. Look at that property, my recollection is that that wasn't an issue on this particular property, the Morgan Lane property.
Very much.
Thank you,
All right,
Alan.
thank you.
Take care.
What was the issue on the Morgan Lane?
It was down a hill.
Yeah.
It was down a hill.
Yeah.
And part of it was, down a hill and they built it into the hillside so that the second story was really from the street. You went into the hayloft and the rest was built into it, and then it was like.
We all
retaining
decided
wall.
it was gonna be a beautiful barn and an asset to the community. I mean, that's the bottom line. We want it to
But
be,
we might not have agreed to that. It would still have been a beautiful barn, but maybe too high someplace, on a different piece of property. And on that one, my
Maybe.
recollection was that it
was okay.
worked.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just do something. Let's pick a number, let's go.
Well, I mean,
No, wait.
Well, just
It's
pick a
gonna,
number.
it's arbitrary no matter what we're about to do. Either you're gonna say, Jim, every barn on here is within the realm, I want every single barn that's ever been built to be rebuilt, and so it's 25 feet.
I would literally
Or-
say 25 feet.
I would
really
also
would.
just remind
But
the
that's
council, I'm sorry to interrupt, but yeah, just that staff did make a recommendation. So it wasn't an arbitrary number that was first recommended.
I
Yeah,
understand.
so in terms
But
of,
now we're talking about changing it, and I'm
Still
trying to say,
arbitrary, all of it.
we don't want to be arbitrary about it.
What I'm saying here is, if you go 25 feet, which is 55% of the community can already have under the HOA rules, then that's where you go, and everything that has been built in this city, which is bigger and bigger and bigger every single time, and the lots are getting a little tougher to work with, would be able to be built underneath that number. What we're saying here is, the houses are getting bigger and thicker and fitting on the lots tighter. It's just how it is. So if we went 21, I'm just saying is, to say 25, just so everything's included, it doesn't feel like we're putting any sort of thought into the question that we have over and over again, which was, wow, this feels really big. It feels like it's really taken up a lot of mass. And when someone says, and we're gonna build this thing into a hill, and the downstairs part you're not gonna be able to see it because it's really the retaining walls. It's basically a one-story barn with a basement where the horses live, and the hayloft's here, and it's overall now it's because of the way the ground is and whatever, and it's now gonna be 24 feet tall, so I need a 2-foot variance because of blah, 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 and we wanna do less grading, and the less grading, I get to 24, we would give them a variance for that. If we're trying to
They
reduce
thought
the
they could
grading.
do that, if they knew they could do that. That, you just, by the way, that's the barn you just described as the barn I grew up with. It was kind of into a hill, so part of it wasn't that high up, but the other high was.
okay. Well, I just would like to posit that I don't think we should be looking at it like, hey, the HOA has wait a minute,
I'm with you.
in their, some of their CCNRs that it could be up to 25 feet. That is not our criteria. And we're looking at what is reasonable, what should be reasonable for a one-story home. And when you look at it, there's just some aberrations, but basically, other than these 2 homes that were 21 feet high, everything else has been under that. And so, to me, I think we should be looking at what is basically reasonable based on what has been built, and also what is something that will not allow for people to skirt the rules with putting in a loft and so forth, because you're having it so high that they can put all kinds of stuff, and that becomes, then we're not really a one-story
Why do I
structure.
care what they do inside their house? I really don't.
Well, we had people just starting increasing the plate height, putting multiple rooms in after they were approved and so forth. It just creates more of enforcement nightmares. I just think it
Okay.
should be 20 feet.
So I think when we vote, we know that you're not going to vote for 21 feet. So if we were to make a motion that 21 feet, and then hopefully you won't bring it back again if the motion and whatever we do doesn't go the way you wanted it, that doesn't get pulled again. But the barn, so I think, Jim, are you okay with 21 feet for the house?
I think I am. I still honestly
But the barn.
don't, yeah, no, the house, I could do that. But I gotta tell you, I still don't know what this is all about. I'm with Visco. It's like we're creating a problem that didn't exist. Why is this happening?
This is happening because if there is nothing in place, we used to be able to say, when you're at the planning commission, somebody comes to you with a project.
Yeah.
and they have this, it used to be say, we will approve that barn, but when you go over there, we don't have a height requirement on it. They do. And so it gets approved here, and then they go over there. That causes a lot of problem to not have something that it causes the applicant extra money because they designed it according to what we said. Jeff, have you not been in this situation? And then they go over there and they go, no, we've got 25 feet. So we don't tell them what they can do. You need to have, I think, some type of parameters.
Why do
because
they wanna
keep
lower it?
pushing and pushing and pushing.
So, and they have 25 feet.
Hold
is
on.
their- And so why do they
Half the
want to
city.
lower it?
Because right
They
now,
have nothing to do with this.
half the city has no rules whatsoever.
So they want a rule.
Well, that's what started this thing, because half the
'Cause I
city.
wanna know why.
Yeah, because there's no rule. And right now, if you give me no rule, I'll figure it out on how to make it bigger and bigger and bigger and
So
bigger.
half the city had 25 feet,
Yeah.
and half the city had nothing at all.
Has nothing
So
now.
why don't they want to go to 25 for the whole city?
Because they'd have to change CC&Rs, and that's a very difficult
So
thing
why
to
don't they
do.
want us to go 25 for the whole
Well,
city?
depends on who you're talking
They
to.
would like us to go to 20, yeah.
They would like us to go 25.
Some of them would like to go to 25
Because
feet.
that's what I don't understand. I still,
Just
I
like us,
can't.
because they don't agree. that, you
But
know,
no, I just still don't understand why the whole thing is happening. Now, that helped a lot.
Yeah.
They want something. And if they have a number, I don't see why we just don't use their number.
It's just
Okay.
too large.
Because some of them think it's too high,
Yeah,
and some don't.
And some of us think it's too high.
Okay, that's fair.
so, okay.
That's fair.
But I do think you need to have a number. We were always able to say, on the barn, we think that looks too big.
Right.
But we don't have a height limit on it. You're gonna have to deal with the association. And I am taking the association on their word. I haven't looked at all the different CC&Rs. I'm taking them at their word that the height limitation was not in the CC&Rs of these other CC&Rs, just like the views was not in all the CC&Rs. So I don't know if it's a policy that they have or an architectural review thing, or if it's something actually in the CC&Rs.
So
I
I'm
don't
really
know that.
uncomfortable making a decision now based on something that we're not sure about next door.
Well, so if you just forget next door,
Yeah. We don't, next door is irrelevant to us.
yeah, because.
It started because they didn't have a rule, and we should have a height limit in the city if it's one-story houses. That's how that got started. Between what we said we're gonna do the 18 and here, it got changed because more information came available that wasn't there before. So that's how we got there, and then we talked about it, and it was sort of, not everybody, was that, hey, let's go to 21. That's kind of a more, it's more robust than we're at right here, but it's still bringing this back down some.
But I didn't know they had 25. I thought, because for mine, I also thought it was 22. Now I hear it's actually 25.
Well,
I knew I was
don't
below
know.
the number, so the number, if it was 25, I might have been at 23. But if they have a number, they're in charge of the aesthetics. And I kind of think they should, if they have parameters that they want to help them with their aesthetics, they should. We should just go with them, no?
I just think
Hold on,
that.
I'm gonna leave in a minute.
Has to be a
I gotta go. I'm sorry, I got a plane at 5 in the morning.
So 10 o'clock, I sometimes if I'm sorry, I gotta go at 10. You have to go at
Okay,
10.
we'll see how it goes.
Can we separate the barn, or
Sure.
put
What-
across the barn for later? Because I think we can get a vote on the house at this point, but I don't.
I thought I could, but now that I know they have a number of 25,
Hold on.
I was okay with 21, and then all of a sudden I find out that theirs is 25, and they want 25, some of them do?
No.
They're like, when you say they were quite, some of the board members were quite happy with what, we had Kristen here who came when we heard this the first time.
Right.
And was happy with what.
18 feet.
But
what
then
we
some of them
had.
weren't.
But then it turned out that some of them weren't. So they've got the same problem that
Okay, so
we
here's
do.
a couple things. One, this is not in blood. If we find out we're wrong, just like the 3 houses in the city with underground parking, right?
Which I don't think is a bad thing.
I appreciate that, Jim, but they put it in and then it was decided that that was not right and then the rule got changed. So if we need to adjust it later, we can adjust it if it becomes a problem. There's also variances if it's a structural problem that needs to be addressed. So what we need to do is put something on a piece of paper that is acceptable. And for more entertainment, I'm not at the next meeting, so it has to be something that
I'm
you
sorry,
guys
what?
are, what?
You what? More-
I'm not here at the next meeting.
I missed the last one, sorry about
Yeah,
that.
so, and if I get lucky, I won't be at the one after that.
I do think that we should, I realize architecturally, that's their responsibility. I do think, as being a planning commissioner and continuing to go to planning commission meetings, even though I'm not on the commission, to not have something up front when they're first coming with their first set of plans, their first everything, to have some, we give them requirements for everything else that are, some of those things are architectural, some of the land use elements could be architectural. I think we should have a limitation. It saves the applicant money, it makes the process easier. The fact that it may not agree with some of the CC&Rs that they have over there, I'm sorry, that really isn't my problem. We tried to be good neighbors and do something here, and it's just causing problems.
Will this affect, again, you might not be, we might not know, will this affect, like, people being able to have porches and covered porches because of roof heights and slopes? Because I really want some interest in the houses. We all talk, we don't want a great big rectangle maximizing. So remember, you're allowed to have some more footage if you do an outside porch or non-covered porch.
Well, I don't know how it would be impacted over there. I don't know what the architectural committee would,
Because the
they don't like.
slopes of roofs and height, would that change it? Because you do that and you do that on your roof. I mean, would it
Well,
make a
and
difference?
it might, and they would have to deal with that architecturally, the applicant would have to deal with that
So
architecturally.
would we get less porches
I
and
doubt it.
more rectangles?
I can't say, because I don't know what the architectural committee would do, but I don't think we would, do you, Jeff?
Well, at 21 feet, if you have a 10 sill plate, like, let's say this room here, let's just go a 10-foot sill plate instead of the 8.5 it is right here, right? So you're gonna go up another foot, another foot and a half
They're allowed
higher.
50% of their house, 50% has to be 8.6.
Yes, but then in the center, in the rooms that this matters in,
Yeah.
in the room that matters, which is, if that's the city view,
Right,
and this is the big thing, and my door's open the whole
And
way.
you'll have a covered porch there.
The whole,
Yes, you will.
all the way across. So to get around what that would look like is you're basically gonna be at a 412. So every 4 feet we go up,
Right.
12 feet of distance of what that looks like. So that's 30 feet, so 60 feet gets me to basically 20 feet tall inside, so 21 on the outside. So you could have a 60 feet wide room
Yeah.
with 10-foot sills at a 412 pitch, and that's where you would have that on there. You could run a piece of steel across the whole thing, and you could open up the whole part of it. If you wanted on the outside of that,
Right,
a covered porch,
right.
you had 2 options, is either you run that 412 out, and then the
You're in
the
your
sill
plate.
plate basically on that beam
Leading
that goes
edge.
across
Yep.
gets lower, and so your covered porch now is, maybe it's 10 feet against the house and it's 8 feet out there, but you could also shed the roof, which is then switch the pitch from there
Right.
to there, which is what most porches look like in
Right.
real life, is then you can flatten that out, leading the roof higher up and then driving it out. So you can
Do that
still
with the
get
21
porch.
You could do that with a 21, do you think?
Yeah, I think you can. I think the only time I think there's an issue, and I was thinking about some houses that are going right now, is when the rooms, because some of the rooms I've now seen are not 60 feet long, they're 100 and something feet long. all right? And I've been in there and I'm like, wow, right? And it's amazing what's going on. They're making one giant room that's 30, 40, 50 feet longer than this room, right? I've seen 2 of them now. If we say 25 feet, you could put this roof almost on top of that, this way, instead of what's happening right now is they're turning them this way, so the roof comes down with the big opening over here. And that's the issue is, if I keep going taller, that room becomes this kind of big thing that if you're trying to span that sort of distance. And the problem is, that's what's starting from a massing standpoint, is looking ridiculously massive, because it's not just one part of it, because there are limitations on the sill plates. If they let you put in 12s or 13s or 14s, which would make sense for then the roof being taller, because the rooms would feel wrong the other way. And we're with 412s instead of a normal pitch. I mean, a 412 is a skinny pitch.
That's what, I know our pitch is a requirement. I mean, it
Yes.
really is.
So that's when I look at all that is, as I'm watching these houses get bigger, and with the way the technology now, with how the steel is coming across, is, and the way those sliding doors, you know,
They fold open all the way.
they just slide, not even accordion, they just slide
they
back
slide,
into the
yeah,
pockets.
yeah.
Is the concern I have is the size of the volume of that is so massive, where you could go is you turn it the other way and then pitch it out the other direction. Because when you go to Hidden Hills, that's what happened. They added a second story, they got rid of everything. I look at my house, is we built it as large as we could build it on the lot. So the upstairs is like, I don't know, it's like 6,000 square feet or something like that. But that was capped because of my grading. That's where I ended up. I couldn't make it any bigger because I would have. I totally would have. But that's how big it got. I looked at the Hidden Hills rules. I could have built 15,000 square feet on the main part, plus a second story.
But we don't want second stories.
I understand, plus a basement. So that's where it starts getting the volume and the space of it is back to the massing, which is what we use all the time when we're on the planning commission to say it's too big. If you have a limitation on it, and that's where the 18 and the planning commission spent some time trying to figure out where that would go based upon the actual rules of the sill plates on how that's coming across. I don't think they were looking at it is if you walked in and that's your view, because the houses I think of that are on, some of them on Crest that have the big view like that family room, because of the way it could have been built in the past, because of the technology, couldn't be 80 feet across of open if you wanted to. Now, with steel and all the way the engineering can work, you can make it look that way if you wanted to. It just wasn't possible with wood in the past, and no one put all that steel in because it was just so expensive to do that. Now, with a few houses that, I mean, I've seen some that have obviously zero budget constraints. And the steel, and I've seen now some that are doing it with cantilevered steel. I didn't know you could do that.
In Rolling Hills?
Yeah, it's spectacular. But the problem is, it just gets, and that's the problem, Jim, it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger,
Well,
and that's
we
where
have-
this comes from.
So we acknowledge that we're gonna be changing the way the city looks, because the other option, we do want multiple small, like, I think of that one going in now on Portuguese Bend and Lower Blackwater, the old Storm house, and they've got all those lots of little small buildings, which is gonna look like a nice little country village kind of thing. Is that what we want, or do we want one main house? Because that's what you're,
Well, and not to be too specific about that, is sometimes people run into problems with the old existing houses are in the setbacks. They're in the,
There are 5 different buildings on that, maybe 6.
well, yeah, but.
I think there are
And
6
most
or
of them,
5.
but most of them have been there before.
Right, but I
Yeah,
mean,
I
is that what
voted-
we want? Do we
I
want
voted
5 or
no.
6 small, or do we want
On-
one big?
I had voted no on a couple of those structures that went in previously. So I thought there was too much mass there before, but anyway, we're getting kind of off the thing.
We're
but-
gonna, these votes will change how our city looks over time.
Okay, but
And
our
we have to
city
acknowledge-
is
and do we
changing over
want- What do
time.
we want? Do we want that with multiple small, or do we want one big? And we
But Jim,
might
your,
want multiple small. I
your
don't think
dad's
that's gonna
house is
look bad.
unbuildable nowadays. Your dad's house is unbuildable.
Well, it was built because it was a mistake at the time. The guys did they did the construction wrong. We'll just go up higher on this side. You can't do that anymore. You
Yeah,
can't
so
make a
because of
mistake and
that,
just-
those type of things aren't gonna happen, and the bulldozers and the grading and the moving of dirt, I mean, is substantial. We now talking how many hundreds of truckloads of
Right, no,
dirt.
he did their grading was like one day or one morning, and
Yeah.
that's how all the houses were then.
Yeah, now, we graded for 7 months.
Right, one day or one morning. All the houses are.
Okay, so,
Mayor?
yeah, I'm sorry.
So
we're
the,
just-
I think the options at this point, Mayor, would be you can call for a motion and,
Yeah, so
see.
someone want to make a motion? And just make
Are
sure
we
we
gonna,
add.
so we're not gonna separate the barn from the
So
house?
make a motion.
I'd make a motion, we separate the barns from the house, and I would make a motion that we put off the barn until we have a better chance to look at actual barn heights, and that we, vote on the height of the homes as is written.
I'll
Okay.
second that.
And are we okay with B's edits?
I don't
Of
remember.
the description?
I think they were
She knows
fine.
what they
I think
were,
we're
right?
all
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
Yes,
I'm
I-
okay with these edits.
Okay, and that separation, because if it's a matter of just changing a number, would it be, I'm just thinking, are we better off just continuing the item and saying we're not ready to,
Change the number at the next meeting.
um,
We put a number as a placeholder.
As a
We're all done.
placeholder.
Just one number, which is the
if
height.
that's the only change, then I think that would be okay and could still get us, we'd still have to pull it from consent if we're going to make any changes from what's a placeholder number.
Can I make a suggestion here is?
I won't put down 21 even as a
Hold on,
placeholder.
hold on. Let's do this. Is we accept B's edits. We make the house 21, all right? And we'll make the barn 22, so they're different. And we won't make it 22. We'll put it on the consent, not on the consent calendar for the next meeting. And then at the next meeting, you guys can look at what you think the barns are, and then you guys can hash it out. And then we can maybe vote one more time and be done with this thing. Can we do that?
We'll vote one more time next meeting, and then if you want consent, the meeting after that.
No. Next time is the second reading done.
Not if you change the number.
Yeah, we can't make substantive changes. That's where we landed today, reintroducing it as a first reading. So, yeah. So one option is to continue and come back with that additional information, so we wouldn't make a motion to reintroduce it as a first reading, hash out for a final approval at the next meeting. That would be one option. An alternative would be what the mayor is proposing, which is we'll have to vote on the motion. I heard there was a first and a second. We'll have to clarify what that motion was, but assuming there would be some sort of placeholder maybe on the barn side, and we would not put it on consent, we would bring it back as old business and finalize that number. If there are other changes besides that, then we're going to run into the same issue again about potentially having to bring it back to as a reintroduction. So that would be an alternative.
If we continued it, would that give us time to talk to, if we want the architectural? I know I'm giving you brain problem, but Jim's asking some questions about, and I can't answer those if it's gonna be impacting people's ability to make covered porches, because covered porches do come under our purview when we're approving things. So maybe there are some specific questions that we might want to get an architectural opinion.
Because we decided we wanted that. We wanted porches, and we wanted different things. We did that as a group, didn't we all meet
the
together? 'Cause
porches
we
are-
don't want big rectangles, people maximizing.
Okay, but the porches are, the porches are outside the square footage of what you can build.
You get a certain
You get 10,
percentage,
I think it's 10%. Is the height and the size of the porch is based upon the sill plate and the roof angle that comes off of it. It has nothing to do with the height. So if you shed the porch, versus carry the 412 out.
Your plate height is your leading edge of your porch, not the
I know,
leading, not your
but
wall.
depending on, no,
And the
but,
pitch of your roof determines what you can have.
no, but the height, the 412 comes not off the leading edge of the porch, it comes off the sill plate of the house.
Depends on how the porch is built.
So I can have, you think that I can have a 14-foot sill plate if I put a porch on the outside?
You might, because if your porch is 10 feet, and then when your house, where your wall hits, yeah, it could be.
We have all of these
Absolutely.
houses, I mean, that most of which are not even close to 21 feet. But there's three that are
We continuing this way.
21 feet or 21.5.
Yeah, there is a motion, and we did get a second, so can we,
But that was to separate the barn from the house and to vote on the house,
No, that included
Yeah, but
the
are we,
height of 21 feet.
for the house. Right.
but this is, we're not going to go forward and have a second reading on the one part without the one part of what this is. We have to figure out what it is. So if you're doing is everyone okay with 21 feet? If that's the question, it's very different.
Is the majority.
Majority.
There's 4 for 21, it looks like,
Okay, but do we
per
need,
house.
but voting on it and then bringing it back again to then vote on it again, right? We're gonna vote on it again no matter what we do.
If we pull the
Because-
barns separate, and we have that as a total separate item to come back later on,
It's the same.
it would be a
ordinance.
new ordinance with new amendments with just the barn. We would strike the references to the barn, and then we'd have to come back with a new ordinance
completely total.
Okay, I get it.
with another first reading. Yeah.
And put it over to the next day. It has to stay what,
No, well, it doesn't have to, but it would
Well,
be
I
now
mean,
making
for-
two giant, we're making twice the work, twice the money.
Yeah, no, I don't want to spend the extra money for a whole other ordinance and everything. It should be all.
Okay,
So make your placeholder higher.
not be higher.
Um,
You
I-
can't
yeah,
change it. She
I-
said that's a substantive change.
oh, no, not that, right now you can do it.
Right, it's a first reading, so now is the time to make the changes.
Okay, let's,
If we're going to, we should, unless you're going to rescind your second, we should vote on the motion that was on the table.
Can we repeat the motion?
Good point.
Motion, as I have it, it was a motion to separate the barn height from the house height and discuss the barn height at a later time, and then also add the additional language as Mayor Pro Tem Derringer had stated.
and the
I
house was
can't
20
even-
and the
I
house was
can't
21.
even- yeah.
Nope, and the house was 21.
Yes.
In that one.
But that, if that motion passes, then the barn ordinance would be separate.
No.
Right.
You would have to you would have to come back for a separate public hearing with a separate ordinance that would separately need to be published by your ordinance, Muni Code. So, yes, it would create an
Be better to
entirely
do 'em all at once.
duplicative
Or
process.
if the motion fails, we could vote to continue it.
Or you can
Or
vote-
something else,
or
or
you
vote
can
to
vote
approve.
as it's being presented before staff.
I can withdraw it if you want me to withdraw the motion, Pat.
Can you withdraw?
Yeah, you can withdraw the
Yeah.
motion.
Because I would withdraw my second if,
If you
Okay.
want me, I'm
So-
happy to
So do you
withdraw
guys
the
want to just
motion.
continue it to the next meeting? Then you guys can argue about the barn heights?
I think, I'm not totally comfortable discussing it and continuing it if you guys aren't going to be there, because,
Who's not, Jeff's not gonna
Jeff,
be there.
It's July.
and I think that it's important, if,
No, it's,
if-
I fly back.
if you truly believe that, see, I don't think this is that big of a deal. I really don't. I think we should get something in place. I don't think it's going to change the look of the community, but if you, going forward, but if you think it is, I don't think it's right for just 4 of us to make the decision.
Watch this, you ready?
Okay,
Ready? Here we go. I make a motion that we make the house height 21, we make the barn 23, we add B's thing.
I would second that.
Jim, compromise, a little compromise. It doesn't matter. Here's the thing is, it does matter. Because at the next meeting,
all the state
if it's 2 to
activities.
2, does it pass?
No,
No.
no. And
Didn't say it was, 23, I mean, I could probably do 23. I mean, you knew full well I could probably do
Okay,
23.
you got a
Can we-
motion and a
let's-
second.
A roll call, please. Let's vote, let's
I will
vote.
second that.
I can't believe he did that. He knew full well.
This is like watching the World Poker Classic.
No, I'm not.
Here we go.
I'm just looking for a compromise.
I'm just gonna reread the motion as I understand it, just to make sure we're all clear. The motion is to change the ordinance keep the ordinance house height at 21, to change the barn to 23, and add the language that Mayor Pro Tem Derringer suggested. Okay, and the roll call. Councilmember Mersch.
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson. Councilmember Black.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Derringer.
No, as to the heights.
And Mayor Piper.
Okay. Mamma mia. All right. Jim, count on you to vote when I'm not here. Okay, consideration of awarding, oh my God.
Before
We
we,
went from this?
before we
This is
move
the
on, it's going on consent for second reading at the next meeting. And I think you were going to say something about if necessary, bring it back, no? Okay.
Okay, we're done. We'll move on.
All right.
The next one's worse.
Consideration of awarding a construction contract,
Keep going, just put it out.
oh, to Fidelity Builders to provide construction services on the tennis court ADA improvements not to exceed $783,506.25. Authorizing city manager to execute the agreement to find the project category exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
Good evening, Mayor Piper and council. I'll give a quick background on this since we have been discussing it for years. So 2023, right about now, this time of the year, you guys approved to move forward with bids. We spent many months going back and forth with the Rolling Hills Community Association about who was going to be the lead on various aspects of the tennis courts projects. Ultimately, last year in April, we came to, actually in June of last year, we came to a decision as to which entity would be doing what, and in compliance with government code. We went out to bid. We got no bids the first time. We went out to bid a second time. We got 3 bids. That came back to you, and the council, in the best interest of the city, decided to not accept any of those bids and directed staff to go out to bid for a third time. The third bid has come in, and it is Fidelity Builders again, only one company. Even though multiple people showed up for the job walk, only one did bid. So the base bid amount for the project as proposed by them, which includes allowances 1 and 2, as well as their payment and performance bonds, is $713,861.25.
It's for a sidewalk, right?
Yeah, I think there's a sprinkler too.
The total not to exceed, which includes a 10% contingency, is $783,506.25. As the staff report says, the current balance, back 2 years ago, you appropriated $307,000 to the project based on very preliminary numbers that have been presented to you years before when you started this process. So as we said back then, staff did not know what the final bids would come in at. Now we have those numbers. So while the number here in the staff report says that our balance left right now off of that 307 is 279,301, staff just crunched some more numbers today. Those numbers in the staff report are from the finance department, but just adding in some recent invoices, and we'll get one more invoice for the month of June. That comes down to 272,865. As the staff report also says, with our construction management company, that'll help make sure the project is done properly. We come down to $180,952.50. The community association, per terms of the lease agreement, will contribute 50% to the project, which basically, with the 10% contingency fee, would come out to $391,753.13. That leaves the council with, right now, approximately $210,800,063 that would need to be appropriated from the general fund reserves over to the capital fund so that we could complete the project. The project, per the bidder, has a 6-month window to be completed. And then I think that basically is it. If there's any
How
questions,
much
I'm
time
here
do
to
we
answer
have
them.
to make this decision? How long is the?
The bid price is good for 90 days from when the bid was open, the bid closed.
Oh, when the bid closed. So how many days has it been?
The bid closed on May, let me see, did I put it here?
So we're 30 days into this thing-ish.
So we're about 30 days in.
2 more months to make this decision.
You have, that is correct.
Okay, because I thought we were gonna get all the money from USAID, but that fell apart, so I'm joking.
Oh.
The,
I mean, I know I'm very tired these days here at work, but I was like, whoa. News to me.
Does anyone want to open public comment? Any public comment? There's no public comment. Close public comment. Does anyone have any questions? Because I'd like to continue this to a different time because I'm out of time and we got to get through the legal parts.
I'm good with that, but I would like to see from staff, and I talked to Karina about this. This is very confusing to me, what we're actually talking about. I'd like to see like a chart that says, you know, not, here's what all the elements are of it. And I don't mean breaking it out by different things, but for example, we've got $785,000 for the builder, for the construction. And we also have 105 for the Bergman Group that we've committed to. So that's 890,000. And in the staff report, it said that the, what we'd be taking from the association at their 50%, that was only applied towards the 785 for the Fidelity builders.
For,
Why wouldn't they be paying 50% of the 105,000 for the Bergman Group? They were the ones that brought Bergman Group in when they were going to be taking the lead on this project. That is a cost associated with building it. So if there's a reason that's not included in there, I'd like to see that. So I'm looking for more information without having to flip back and forth between the various pages to try and figure out where we're at and what we're actually going to be having to fund. It looks to me, and also the amount that's in the CIP, there was an amount listed here, and I'm sure I can find it if I look through here, but there's an amount that we should already have been sitting. It was allocated for a CIP.
$307,000.
That was 307, okay, so.
Which is now just based on Bergerman's cost. Richie Bray, we had agreed to reimburse Richie Bray for landscape designs, and then Alan Palermo's time.
So I guess what I'm saying is, I can't tell from going back and forth where we are, and even with your good explanation of where we are on this, and what is actually already sitting designated in a CIP project. How much more needs to be transferred in from the general fund versus what we had already allocated for that. So I am fine with pushing it, but we need more, I need more information on this.
That's good. Pat, anything? Jim?
Who's going to vote for it?
You're going to vote for it?
He said, who is?
I was. Do you want to make, no one wants to make a motion then?
Well, I think Leah, I'm staring at B. Leah wants to know better on the math on what that's going to look like. And the reality is, if we're going to spend $800,000
For
of
several.
our residents' money for this. I should probably be here so that way people can be mad at me too.
Okay.
And do we have a copy of the RHCA resolution wherein they agreed
The
to
lease
pay off?
agreement, yeah, and to answer maybe where you're going and Councilmember Mersch's question, if we're looking at the language, I'm not sure construction management costs would fall under the language of repairing and maintaining the tennis courts. It's very similar to the way we treat consultants, yeah.
And I'm not disagreeing with that. I don't know one way or the other. I'm just saying, I would like to know for sure. And we're spending a lot of money. If I've got to defend something that could either be very popular or unpopular, depending upon how it goes, I'd like to make sure I know.
So could we just crystal clear, have it written out what it is for the, not this time, and you can tell them it's just it's an enormous amount of money for us, and that we're all gonna be here when we vote for it, or whatever, so we're gonna do this at the last July meeting.
Noted.
Okay. Okay, then, we're gonna table this, and we're gonna go to the next thing, which is receive and file a public safety and emergency preparedness update.
Just highlights, correct?
Highlights are great.
Okay, just highlights. Just introduce the mic if you want to share.
Good evening, Mayor Piper and City Council. I'm going to make this incredibly short, probably less than 20 seconds. So I just wanted to let you know that brush clearance is underway. I spoke with Acting Chief Keen on Friday. He told me that the inspections are 80% complete, and they will be finished by the end of the month. And so far, as of Friday, they have 20 notice of violations issued for the city. And I'm sure that once the inspections are complete, we may have Chief Kane come and do a final report. That concludes my report.
And with that, they're pushing the 0 to 5, and only 20 people have a problem with the 0 to 5 thing?
No, they're not,
Okay, oh, okay, I misunderstood that.
they're
All right.
only doing like something on the house.
One, yes.
Okay,
I make a motion to receive and file.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so then we're gonna go into closed session at 10:06.
Mayor, I do need to read into the record for purposes of going to closed session as to item 16, 16C, I don't see it in my copy. This is, the facts and circumstances are pertaining to a letter dated June 18th, 2025 to the city from Mr. Edward Tu regarding the property located at Roadrunner Road. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
And that will be available by request by the city clerk.
All right, so we're gonna go to closed session. If I'm lucky. I got another one coming that I have a dinner and a lunch and a dinner in Charlotte. Yeah. All right, we're going to adjourn this meeting in memory of Jordana.
Oh, we got a report.
Oh, sorry.
City Attorney, okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The council met in closed session with all members being present. The council heard the items identified on the agenda, and as to all the items, no final reportable action was taken. Thank you, Mayor.
And now I'd like to adjourn the meeting in memory of Gordana Swanson.